The most classical continuation is to respond in kind with e5. The central struggle continues after knight f3, developing the knight and adding pressure against black's e5 pawn, so black actively develops while defending the. When white opens the game with e4, black's most classical continuation is to respond in kind with e5. The central struggle continues after knight f3, developing the knight and adding pressure against black's e5 pawn, so black actively develops while defending the center with knight c6. Bishop b5, known as the Ruy Lopez, is one of white's most established and classical responses debated at grandmaster level for centuries. In this video we are going to focus on another opening with a rich history and sound strategic basis, developing the light-squared bishop to the active a2 to g8 diagonal with bishop c4. The bishop enjoys an active diagonal, pointing at black's weakest point on the chessboard, the f7 square. If black plays the natural knight f6, known as the two knights defense, this provokes incredible complications after knight g5, piling up pressure against the weak f7 pawn, the subject of another video. To discourage knight g5, black occasionally wastes time with the dubious h6, or develops the dark-squared bishop to the somewhat passive e7 square. Both of these moves are well met by striking in the center with d4, developing a strong initiative for white. We're going to focus on black's straightforward, solid response bishop c5, actively developing the dark-squared bishop and fighting for control over the d4 square. Notice that knight g5 is not possible, as this would simply hang a piece to queen takes g5. If white decides to play d3, supporting the center and opening up the dark-squared bishop, this can be met by the natural developing move knight f6. There is clearly nothing wrong with white's solid d3 move, but white is mistaken if it is followed up by knight g5, intensifying the pressure against f7. When you first see this line as black, it can feel pretty intimidating, but black has nothing to fear after castling the king. The point is that if white continues with a premature attack knight takes f7, after rook takes f7, bishop takes f7 check, and king takes f7, black's king may feel a little exposed. But where are white's attacking pieces? White has wasted time to exchange two minor pieces for black's rook and pawn. Although this exchange may be considered approximately equal from a materialistic perspective, the quality of black's pieces promise a more comfortable game. Black already has three active minor pieces developed, enjoying a significant advantage in time. During the early phases of the game, the knights and bishops are easier to handle, as it takes some time for the rooks to find open lines for development. One basic plan for black is to complete development with d6, supporting the center, and allowing the light-squared bishop to enter the game quickly with bishop e6 or bishop g4. Black's rook may visit the f8 square, so that once the king returns to g8, black's rook can enjoy activity down the f-file. This impatient approach is not a good choice for white. When beginners take their first steps in the game, they are advised to rapidly develop, castle quickly, and focus on controlling the center. Countless games have been played in the following way: knight c3, knight f6. Both sides have dutifully developed their minor pieces toward the center. This is usually followed up by quickly castling. When white plays d3, supporting the center and possibly preparing a pin with bishop g5. Sometimes black follows suit with d6, but may also decide to prevent the pin with h6. White may confront black's bishop with bishop e3. Notice that white is not afraid of allowing doubled pawns with bishop takes e3. F takes e3. White's e3 pawn helps support the center, while also opening up the f-file for white's rook. When appropriate, this pawn may also help white expand in the center with d4, so there's a lot more to this story than assuming white simply has weak doubled pawns. Rather than capturing on e3, black can maintain the tension with bishop b6, encouraging white to capture on black's terms with bishop takes b6, opening up the a-file for black's rook. White may continue with the plan of general development with queen d2, supporting the bishop and connecting the rooks, when black may follow in similar fashion with d6, possibly preparing to activate the light-squared bishop with bishop g4. So white can play h3, preventing bishop g4, when black may decide to activate the bishop on the e6 square, confronting white's light-squared bishop, when white may also maintain the tension with bishop b3. After queen d7, we have reached a symmetrical position in which both sides may focus on centralizing their rooks on the d and e files. This is a common way for both sides to play with a basic understanding of opening guidelines. Perhaps you've seen or even played a game or two yourself in this variation. As you gain more experience, you'll realize that this is only scratching the surface of this eternal opening, and there's a lot more excitement and strategic complexity to discover. When white castled, we notice black automatically followed suit. In this slower variation of the Italian game, there can be value in delaying castling. Now that white is committed to kingside castling, black can remain flexible by playing d6, supporting the center and preparing to activate the light-squared bishop. White may invest another tempo preventing this with h3, softening the castled kingside, but if white continues routinely with d3, this may lead to serious trouble after bishop g4, pinning white's knight. White may decide to return the favor with bishop g5, pinning black's knight to the queen. Since white has already castled the king, the pin on f3 becomes quite serious after knight d4. If white continues to follow black's strategy with knight d5, increasing the pressure against the pinned knight, we can see how important it is to castle wisely, not automatically. The immediate knight takes f3 is a good choice, but black can also confront white's knight with c6. If white retreats with knight e3, black can seriously damage white's kingside defenses with knight takes f3 check. But if white decides to double black's pawns with knight takes f6 check, g takes f6. Since black's king remains in the center, opening the g-file will benefit black. White can decide to move the bishop to safety with bishop h4. But things start to quickly fall apart for white after knight takes f3 check, g takes f3, ripping open the g-file, followed by bishop h3, attacking white's rook, so after rook e1. White's king is terribly exposed on the g-file, and since black is not castled, this allows the crushing rook g8 check. King h1 leads to disaster after bishop g2 check, and it turns out white will suffer a similar fate after bishop g3, blocking the check but self-pinning the dark-squared bishop. Black can exploit the pin by playing h5, threatening to win a piece after h4, attacking the pinned bishop, and trying to unpin the bishop with king h1. Does not prevent black from playing the powerful h4. You know it's a bad sign when white's best response is to simply allow black to win a piece with h takes g3, because if white plays bishop takes h4, once again opening up the deadly g-file, black can play bishop g2 check, forcing the king back to the g-file, when black wins white's queen with bishop takes f3 check, attacking the queen while discovering the rook's check on the g-file. As we can see, although castling is generally a desirable idea, making this decision automatically can lead to serious trouble. Rather than castling automatically, inviting a ready-made attack on the king side, white can remain flexible with d3. When playing these positions as black, it's generally a reasonable plan to wait until white castles before committing the king to a particular side of the board. A flexible response is to simply play d6, supporting the center and waiting to see how white will continue. Instead of castling immediately, when bishop g4 may prove quite annoying, white can be the one to first deliver a pin with bishop g5. Black should not automatically castle, as this would lead to similar problems we just examined with knight d5, preparing to damage black's castled structure. Black can challenge white's bishop with h6. If white decides to surrender the bishop pair with bishop takes f6, queen takes f6. Notice that knight d5, attacking the queen while threatening a fork on c7, is well met by queen d8. Now that there's no longer a knight on c3, white may focus on playing c3, preparing possible queenside expansion with b4 and a4, or support striking in the center with d4. Black may counter this by playing knight e7, adding pressure against the knight, and possibly preparing c6 with a roughly balanced game. Instead of capturing black's knight, white can maintain the tension with bishop h4. Dealing with this pin can be quite annoying, but since black hasn't committed to castling kingside, black can disturb the bishop once again with g5, unpinning the f6 knight. The weakening g5 is not a move to be played lightly, and it's important to understand why white's piece sacrifice is unsound after knight takes g5, h takes g5, and bishop takes g5. This can look quite scary for black, especially as white is prepared to play moves such as knight d5 and queen f3, piling up the pressure against the pinned knight. Once again, we can see the value of delaying kingside castling in this specific variation. Black can use the open g8 square to refute white's attack with rook g8. White can reinforce the bishop with h4, intending to play knight d5, intensifying the pressure against the pinned knight. Black may continue with the provocative bishop g4, or defending d5 while confronting White's light-squared bishop with bishop e6, but the simplest way to put an end to White's unsound attack is with bishop b4, pinning the knight and preparing to counter queen f3, with the well-timed rook g6, supporting the pinned knight when White lacks compensation for this unsound sacrifice. Knight takes g5 can be a serious problem if Black's king is committed to the king side, but with Black's king in the center, White should avoid this move and simply retreat the bishop with bishop g3. Black may continue with a quick bishop g4, or first play the subtle a6, denying White's bishop access to the b5 square, so Black is threatening to gain the bishop pair with knight a5. White may respond in kind with a3, extending the a2 to g8 diagonal for White's bishop, when Black may continue actively with bishop g4, pinning the knight and preparing to meet h3, with bishop h5, maintaining the tension against the pinned knight when knight d4 is in the air. Black has extended the kingside pawns, which does restrict White's dark-squared bishop, but g5 may also be subject to attack with h4, creating complex play as the kings remain flexible in the center. Knight c3 is less common at grandmaster level, although with proper play we notice there is certainly opportunity to develop interesting ideas. At this point, White may decide to castle. Try to gain more central control by offering a pawn with b4, known as the Evans Gambit. Or rather than developing the knight, the c3 square can be used to prepare central expansion with c3. White prepares to strike in the center with d4, trying to create a powerful two-pawn center. Black typically continues by developing the kingside knight and adding pressure against White's center with knight f6. Instead of defending the e4 pawn, if White is in the mood to provoke immediate complications, then White may continue by striking in the center with d4, confronting Black's center. In order to hold the balance against this opening, Black must respond energetically, starting with e takes d4, c takes d4. White's two-pawn center can prove quite dangerous. Now that Black no longer has a pawn on e5, passive play may allow White to simply push Black off the board by advancing these pawns forward, harassing Black's knights. It's important to play as actively as possible with the disruptive bishop b4 check. We've reached a complex position, and several videos could be devoted to White's various options. In this introductory video, we'll briefly mention that if White blocks the check with bishop d2, the interested viewer can explore the tactical consequences that follow after knight takes e4 and bishop takes b4. But a solid place to start is bishop takes d2 check. White can recapture the bishop and support the e4 pawn with knight b takes d2. It's important that Black does not casually castle or play a passive move, allowing White to stabilize the dangerous two-pawn center. Whenever possible, Black should stake claim in the center with the pawn thrust d5, attacking White's light-squared bishop and breaking up the two-pawn center. After e takes d5 and knight takes d5, White now has an isolated d-pawn, but enjoys a lead in development. Now that the center has been opened, both sides should not grow too comfortable leaving their kings exposed in the center. Castling kingside is a natural path for both sides to explore. Another dynamic option to consider is queen b3, creating dangerous pressure against Black's center as well as the kingside, which is well met by knight a5, provoking sharp play. If White is not interested in exchanging bishops, one option to play is knight b to d2. This invites sharp complications if Black is interested in playing knight takes e4, taking advantage of the pinned knight, and preparing to strike in the center with d5. So in response to knight takes e4, White is prepared to first play d5, grabbing space and trying to secure a significant lead in development. Once again, as you're starting out in the Italian, whenever possible, Black's most reliable option is to strike in the center with a well-timed d5, breaking up White's two-pawn center, when both sides will focus on castling and completing development. The Italian opening has a rich history, and analysis from the year 1620 is still relevant today. An active way to respond to the check is with knight c3. White does not obstruct the dark-squared bishop with this choice, once again threatening to advance the central pawns. Since White's knight on c3 is pinned, it's important for Black to fight fire with fire by playing knight takes e4, dismantling White's two-pawn center while adding pressure against the pinned knight. Capturing the e4 pawn with king still in the center is not a decision to take lightly. But if white tries to exploit this with queen e2, pinning the knight to the king, we can see black's thematic pawn thrust in action, d5, reclaiming an important share of the center. Notice that bishop takes d5 would simply lose a piece to queen takes d5, taking advantage of the pinned knight on c3. Instead of pinning the knight with queen e2, we can time travel back to 1620 when the Italian analyst Greco suggested kingside castling. White is sacrificing material in order to rapidly develop, building a potentially dangerous time advantage. In one of Greco's examples, we can see an extreme case of material versus time, starting with the natural-looking knight takes c3. B takes c3. Black should strike in the center with d5, but it's tempting to grab another pawn with bishop takes c3. White has already sacrificed 2 pawns and is only getting started. Bishop a3 is an interesting option to explore, but Greco preferred queen b3, attacking the bishop while creating a dangerous battery against the f7 pawn. Once again, d5 is necessary to counter white's initiative and try to catch up on development, but after black captures the rook, black has accepted everything offered and is now completely losing. White's advantage in time is overwhelming after bishop takes f7 check, king f8, bishop g5, attacking the enemy queen, which is nearly trapped. Black tries to defend the queen with knight e7, capturing black's bishop on a1, or attacking the pinned knight with rook e1 certainly are possible options, but Greco emphasized the coordination of his powerful pieces with knight e5. Bishop g6, threatening queen f7 checkmate is one interesting idea. And now that there is no longer a knight on f3, white is prepared to play queen f3, aligning with the enemy king, when black's undeveloped forces and weak king are no match against Greco's powerful piece play. Instead of capturing the knight with knight takes c3, a more reliable option for black is to play bishop takes c3. Rather than trying to capture as much material as possible, black focuses on reducing white's control over the key d5 square. The adventurous molar attack with d5 is a fascinating line to explore when black can retreat the endangered bishop with bishop f6, or consider knight e5, setting the stage for sharp complications. If white plays the natural b takes c3, the greedy knight takes c3 is immediately punished by queen e1 check, winning the knight. But black can ensure a solid game with d5. Black has successfully established a strong central presence, preparing to meet bishop d3, with kingside castling. After the smoke clears, black enjoys a solid position and should not face serious problems out of the opening. After e takes d4, the automatic c takes d4 allows a sharp struggle, although with careful play, black should be able to hold the balance with the active bishop b4 check. Another testing option that has been essayed at grandmaster level is e5, immediately taking advantage of the space left behind, challenging black's knight. This is an incredibly dangerous line to face without proper preparation, because natural moves such as knight e4 are punished by bishop d5. And knight g4 is met by, among other interesting choices, c takes d4, when black will have serious problems staying afloat. We mentioned earlier that black is often seeking the thematic pawn thrust d5, and once again, it's precisely this resource that holds the balance for black. When white plays the dangerous e5, it's important to remember the key central counterstrike, d5. At first glance, this looks like a terrible move as it allows e takes f6. When after d takes c4, white can play f takes g7, attacking black's rook, so the rook defends itself with rook g8. It turns out that black is doing perfectly well, because if white decides to castle, queen f6, preparing to open up the g-file with queen takes g7, threatening checkmate on g2 is an excellent option for black. And black may also decide to immediately capture the pawn with rook takes g7, suddenly adding pressure against white's castled kingside, preparing to meet rook e1 check, with bishop e6. Notice knight g5, attempting to add pressure against the pinned piece, is well met with rook takes g5. So black is ready to move the queen and castle queenside when white's king may prove more exposed to a dangerous attack. Since the tempting e takes f6 has not promised white anything special, countless grandmaster games have continued with bishop b5, pinning the knight while moving the bishop to safety when black centralizes the endangered knight with knight e4. White typically reclaims the pawn with c takes d4, thanks to the d5 pawn anchoring black's center instead of playing bishop b4 check, which is still possible, Many grandmasters prefer to play bishop b6. Since white's central pawns are unable to favorably advance, black maintains the pressure against white's backward d4 pawn, emphasizing that white's central space advantage is not without some drawbacks as well. This is a roughly balanced position with plenty of interesting chances for both sides. The Italian is a strategically rich opening, and although c3 appears to prepare d4, white may also decide to avoid these forcing, concrete lines by defending the e4 pawn with d3. Many grandmasters have revisited the Italian game, especially as the Berlin defense and martial attack have caused their fair share of headaches for white in the Ruy Lopez. It may seem strange to combine c3 with d3. Just because white played d3 doesn't mean d4 isn't still a possibility, and white will often seek to expand in the center with precisely this move once white has completed development. For example, after d6. With the knight on c3, we learned how automatically castling can quickly lead to disaster with careless play. Even though the knight on b1 appears restricted with the pawn on c3, this can actually favor white. There are no shortage of ideas to explore, including bishop b3, the immediate knight b to d2, and in this case, white can comfortably castle. If black decides to pin the knight with bishop g4, thanks to the c3 pawn, this is less dangerous as black is unable to add more pressure against the pinned knight with knight d4. White can decide to question the bishop with h3, provoking bishop h5, when the light-squared bishop may prove quite misplaced on the king side. One theme to keep in mind is the space-gaining a4. If black isn't paying attention, then b4 followed by a5 will trap black's bishop. In response to a4, a6, or a5 both have their pros and cons. Let's say that black plays a5, grabbing space and discouraging b4 at the expense of weakening the b5 square. We can now see white's queenside knight enter the action with a thematic maneuver, knight b to d2. After black castles, white can centralize the rook with rook e1, preparing to complete the queenside knight's instructive journey after queen d7. With knight f1, white's knight prepares to find activity on the king side, so if black plays h6, preventing bishop g5, white can play knight g3, attacking the light-squared bishop, so after bishop g6, the light-squared bishop is restricted by white's pawns. White's knight on g3 eyes the f5 square, which may later be supported by the other knight with knight h4, gaining a tempo against black's bishop, which continues to prove misplaced. This is the sort of quieter Italian game position, maintaining plenty of tension in pieces on the board, that can allow the more experienced player to outplay an opponent less comfortable with subtle maneuvering games. Since bishop g4 is less challenging without a possible knight d4 threat, black will do well to delay the decision deciding how to activate this piece. As is the case with white, there are plenty of options to consider, including simply castling kingside. One interesting and popular choice is to play a6. This subtle pawn move allows a future bishop a7, securing the bishop on this desirable diagonal, especially if the center suddenly opens. a6 may support a future b5, but a6 also prevents white's bishop from using the b5 square. This may allow black to gain the bishop pair in the future with knight a5, but with the bishop on c5, this is not yet a threat as white can play bishop takes f7 check, followed by forking the two minor pieces with b4. As black is taking a moment to secure the dark-squared bishop, in addition to moves such as a4, white can take a moment to secure the light-squared bishop with bishop b3. White's bishop remains flexible on the a2 to g8 diagonal, preparing to move to c2 if necessary. In response to bishop b3, black may decide to castle, or first move the bishop to its favorite hideout on a7. This move may look a little strange, but the bishop remains active on the diagonal, while also feeling a bit more secure than it was on c5. If white eventually plays d4, which is often the case, this no longer attacks the dark-squared bishop, allowing black more flexibility with how to handle the center. The Italian game is an incredibly subtle opening, with seemingly an endless amount of move orders available for both sides. Let's take a look at a common line starting with knight b to d2. We've seen this knight maneuver before, and it's a common idea to keep in mind. After black castles, it's possible to play rook e1, but black's knight can join the dark-squared bishop's pressure against f2 with knight g4. The rook can move to e2 with a perfectly reasonable position, but white can also prevent this possibility by first playing h3. Black may respond in kind with h6, when white continues as expected with rook e1. supporting the center while clearing the f1 square for white's typical knight maneuver. Black has a variety of options that are worth exploring, including immediately confronting white's light-squared bishop with bishop e6, intensifying the struggle over the center. Preparing this with rook e8, followed by bishop e6 is a solid way to continue. Focusing for central control is a great idea, but black can also focus on the king side with the interesting option knight h5, eyeing the f4 and g3 squares. h3 has weakened the g3 square, so notice g3 would be a terrible mistake, not only because it hangs the pawn on h3. Black can simply play knight takes g3, taking advantage of the pinned f2 pawn. Moving the knight to h5 temporarily makes this piece loose, and as it's aligned with white's queen, it's important to understand what happens if white plays knight takes e5, capturing a pawn while revealing the queen's pressure against the undefended knight. This turns out to be a serious mistake as black can play queen h4. Don't forget about black's bishop hiding on a7, it joins the queen in attacking the f2 square. White cannot both defend the threatened knight on e5 as well as the f2 pawn, so knight takes c6 is well met by queen takes f2 check. Black will regain the piece after b takes c6, when white's fractured king side is under tremendous pressure. As the overly ambitious knight takes e5 backfires for white, a more sensible choice is knight f1. Notice how the knight on h5 restrains the typical plan of knight g3 for the moment. In some cases the knight may move to h2, supporting the other knight, as well as eyeing the g4 square. The knight also helps support bishop e3, which we'll see in a moment. Black's knight on h5 does not want to linger on the square forever, often preparing to leap into the f4 square. We see these ideas in action after black's typical continuation, queen f6, supporting the center while also preparing knight f4. White continues developing and fights for central control with bishop e3. When black's knight invades enemy territory with knight f4, white has a variety of options, including the typical knight g3. White sometimes plays king h2, supporting the h3 pawn while vacating the g1 square for other pieces to use. White's most direct continuation is d4, expanding in the center while increasing tension against the e5 pawn. Since black's queen supports e5, this allows black to play the instructive maneuver, knight e7, preparing to support the king side while also opening up the c7 pawn. In some cases black tries to play c6, preparing d5, but another idea is to strike against white's two-pawn center with c5. Now that black's knight is no longer protecting g3, this is a good moment to continue with knight g3. When black also completes a useful knight maneuver with knight e to g6, supporting the center, the other knight on f4, and possibly considering a future knight h4 if it proves desirable to offer an exchange of knights. White can grab more space on the queen side with a4, but another instructive option is bishop c2. It may appear strange to move this bishop to a seemingly less active diagonal, but it serves an important role. The bishop supports the center, as well as a future knight f5, increasing pressure against black's king side. This is a typical Italian game position filled with piece tension. In fact, we are on move 15 without a single pawn or piece capture thus far. Black can make quiet improvements such as rook e8, supporting the center, or strike against the hotly contested d4 square with c5. In this case, white can grab more central space with d5, allowing black to claim space on the queen side with c4, setting the stage for a tense positional struggle. As is the case with many quiet variations of the Italian, white enjoys a slightly more comfortable game, but black's position remains solid with plenty of chances for both sides. The Italian game is one of the oldest and most respected openings in chess. We can find beginners and amateurs playing it due to straightforward piece play, as well as central control, but grandmasters also gravitate toward this opening, appreciating its strategic complexity, as well as trying to build slight but persistent positional advantages to outplay their lower-rated opponents, and also challenge their grandmaster colleagues. The Italian can be a quieter, slower-paced maneuvering battle, but it can also embrace its romantic roots with aggressive central play that can result in quick wins against unprepared opponents. The Italian is a rich opening that can serve you for a lifetime, and as we noted, black has no shortage of interesting resources to add to the conversation. Thanks for exploring the Italian game, and best of luck the next time this opening makes an appearance in one of your games, right here on chess.com.
Hi everyone, this is Grandmaster Ben Feingold making more videos with chess.com, and this is a three-part series called Winning with Opposite Colored Bishops. And for those of you who have seen my videos before, you notice I like to show my own games. And in this series, I'm only going to show one of my games, and I'm going to show two of my favorite opposite colored bishop endgames from history that I really enjoy and I try to show all my students. Now, the reason I'm doing this video series is I had a game last week with Sam Sevian, the world under 12 champion. As you can see the position right here, we have opposite colored bishops. The pawns are even, but of course, my bishop on e5 is fantastic outside my pawn chain, and Sam's bishop on c8 is not so good. Now, there's two things I try to do when I play chess. I try to do what I want to do, and I try to stop my opponent from doing what they want to do. And that's not so simple. Now, the last move my opponent made was king e8. Sam decided he's just going to chill out and draw the game with the opposite bishops and not really do anything. Okay, I decided I wanted to move my king. And, well, watching this video, you're going to see a lot of king moves, so try not to get too dizzy. The first thing I wanted to do was walk my king up here on the king side, sort of diagonally, and enter this way. So, well, the problem is e3 is weak, and my opponent, Sam, can try to play rook b3 and attack the e3 pawn. So I put a stop to that with the move rook a3, defending my pawn. Now there's nothing really for him to attack, and Sam decided that his g pawn could be attacked in case his king went over to the queen side, blocking his rook. So he played g6. That's not really good for his bishop, because now his bishop is blocked by all of its pawns. But he thought I couldn't attack anything, so I couldn't win. Well, now, marching my king up on the king side makes sense, because I have some entry squares. So I played king h2, and Sam didn't do anything. He just moved his king back and forth. And once he saw king g5 was coming, he prevented it with the move h6. Okay, now the problem is h6 is not defended, so I can try to attack it, which I was luckily able to do soon. So first I repeated moves, because we're playing with a 30-second increment and I want to get more time on my clock. And Sam didn't repeat. He decided to move his bishop back and forth between e8 and d7, because the only undefended pawn in his position is the c6 pawn. His king is defending his other two pawns. So he thought this would be an easy draw, bishop e8, bishop to d7. Okay, so I played king to g3, and my idea was to go to the queen side. I wanted to attack the h pawn, but again, if I play something like rook a8 and rook h8 to attack the pawn, I'm leaving e3 undefended again. So watch my plan. I move my king over to stop his rook. I play rook a2, so my king can go to f2 and he can't check me. And then we walk over to c2. And Sam is content just moving his bishop back and forth. Okay, now I've stopped all of the entry squares for the black rook. So now I can do my plan. Rook to a8. I want to play rook to h8, attacking the pawn. And Sam's like, no, you can't attack my pawn, bishop e8. But now the black king is overloaded, defending g7 and e8. So I can attack the g pawn. And I think this rook and pawning is pretty easily winning. If he takes my bishop and I take his bishop, I'm threatening this pawn. If he protects it, let's say king f6, then I would go win his c pawn and I have a passed c pawn. Should be a pretty easy win, I would think. And Sam agreed. So instead of taking my bishop, he played the move I wanted him to play, h5. And when I was a younger man, I remember seeing a Karpov game where he moved his king back and forth, both sides of the board, trying to enter with his king. Well, if you remember earlier, my king was on h4, and I was trying to play king g5, but he wouldn't let me. He played h6. Well, now his pawn's not on h6, so now it's time to go back. Of course, if my king goes to the king side, his rook can infiltrate everywhere. So I decided I wanted to block his rook so he couldn't infiltrate. And the only way to block his rook is to play bishop to b6. So my next plan was to play bishop b6 and then walk my king all the way over here to g5. Okay, and I was able to eventually play my plan, bishop h6, bishop g5, I'm going to d8. And I did. And now I walked my king over to the king side. He tried to infiltrate, but I stopped him. Okay, and now I thought he wanted to play g5, so I played bishop d8, but then he tried to move his rook over and infiltrate again. And now I decided if I wanted to play king g3 to h4, he would get in g5 first. So now I changed my mind again. I decided since my bishop was on b6, I would infiltrate with my king on the queen side. However, I don't want him to play g5 and get counterplay. Then his bishop and his rook could get active. So I played h4. So I've totally blocked up the position. My rook is better than his rook. My bishop's better than his bishop. And soon my king will be better. And I walked my king back over to the queen side. And he just has no counterplay. Now, I like this move g3 because eventually he might get frustrated and try to sacrifice pawns and move his king up or get his bishop active. So with the move g3, I sort of solidify the defense of the king side. I could actually ignore g5 if I wanted to, but I would probably take it, and I'm stopping his other pawns from moving with g3. So he keeps just doing nothing, basically. And now his rook is blocking his bishop, so I can attack the c-pawn, which I did, and rook d5. Well, he's got two choices. I don't want to call it a Sophie's choice. It's probably not that important. But if he plays rook to b7, so his bishop defends his c-pawn, then king to a6 looks pretty scary. His rook really has nowhere to go, and it's really hard to defend the c6 pawn. And he realized that, and he was like, well, I'll just play rook to d5, and my bishop is defending both of my weak pawns. How could white possibly win? The problem is I can try to trap his rook, and I did with bishop c7. Now I'm going to play bishop d6 check, and his rook is just entombed on d5, and I can saunter in here and win pretty easily. A normal winning plan is actually to sacrifice the exchange. Let me give you an example. Let's say that black doesn't do anything, which actually isn't so easy. It's not easy to do nothing, but I'll try. We'll trap the rook, and then we'll try to do nothing. Now, I'm probably going to win by sacrificing the exchange. And then I'll just take this pawn on c6. And the c pawn is really difficult to stop. It's going to promote, and the rook on d5 just doesn't play at all. That's the main way that I would try to win. Now, my opponent, Sam, he played king to d7. He's trying to get some tactics going because, I mean, he's basically trapped. His bishop can't move. And in opposite-colored bishop endgames, you actually don't want to put the pawns on the same color as your bishop to defend them because then your bishop isn't active. Now, I'm sort of lucky in this regard because my bishop is outside the pawn chain. My pawns are all on one color, but my bishop isn't on g1 or h2. It's outside the pawns on the other side of the board, so my bishop is actually very active. Sam's bishop, well, it never really left the first two rows and it had nowhere to go. So it's sort of funny. Neither one of us wants to put our pawns on the color of our bishop, but it's more effective if I do it because my bishop's outside the pawn chain, and that stops his pawns from moving. So his bishop is just terrible, and I play rook a8 because I know the rook and pawn ending is winning, and if he doesn't play the rook and pawn ending, I'm just going to play bishop d6, and his rook is trapped. So he did trade bishops. And this is a fairly easy win because he has three pawns that I could potentially capture, and there's nothing he can really do about it. He defended his pawn, of course, king to d7, and I played rook g8, winning a pawn, but I decided that pawn wasn't so important. I can't really make a passed pawn taking it, but if I could take the c6 pawn, then I would win very quickly. So I played rook check. Again, Sam has a tough decision. Does he play king f6 and let me take the c6 pawn, or does he play king g8 and stop me from taking the c6 pawn? Well, he chose king d8. Once again, I don't really care about this pawn on g6. I play king a5. I'm trying to win the c6 pawn. And the king and pawn endgame should be a very easy win. And he's in zugzwang now. I could move my king back and forth if I had to, although I don't have to because he doesn't have any pawn moves. So he has to give up this pawn right away. And that's actually very similar to the game, unfortunately for Sam. Sam didn't want to trade rooks. He played king e8. Again, I kept infiltrating, king to b6, king to f8. I don't really care about this pawn. I just want to keep his king tied down. So rook h7. He can't move his rook. If he plays rook to d8, rook h8 check wins. So he attacked my rook, rook to e7, and I just take all the pawns. And most people would resign here. Although, to be honest with you, I don't like resigning, so I don't. I'm one of the few grandmasters. If you play on against me in incredibly hopeless position, I don't really mind. I'm not a big fan of resigning. I tell my students not to resign, play for stalemate, hope your opponent blunders. You can't win by resigning, you can't draw by resigning. And a lot of my friends and colleagues I showed this game to, they were totally shocked that Sam kept playing on, even when he was a queen down later. But I'm not really surprised. I understand being frustrated and playing on a few extra moves. Some of my friends aren't so forgiving. But okay, king f8, and I start mopping up, taking everything. His rook's trapped. The king and pawn ending is an easy win. Yeah, now he got a little silly. This could be easily resigned. He played g5. But again, I don't blame people for not resigning. Chess is a hard game, sort of frustrated at the end. And it was very frustrating for Sam because the bishop that started on c8, it never really got anywhere. He was always behind his pawn chain. And I can't stress enough, in opposite colored bishop endgames, you want to put your pawns on your opponent's color of the bishop, not on your own color. And because his bishop was behind the pawn chain, he never could move his bishop. I guess he was happy when he traded bishops, even though that was more losing. Okay, and then, well, then it got a little silly, and okay, eventually Sam resigned here. But the lesson to be learned is when your opponent does have pawns on the same color as their bishop and their bishop can't move, you want to fix the pawns. So even though my pawns are on the same color, they stopped his pawns from moving and he couldn't activate his bishop. I was actually waiting for him to sacrifice a pawn. I thought he would play e5 or g5 and try to get some active play, but he never really did that. And because of that, by just trying to draw by doing nothing, my king was able to infiltrate. So in rook and opposite colored bishop endings, you want to have the better bishop and you want your king to move up the board. My king moved up, Sam stayed where it was, and as you can see, I had a winning king and pawn ending because my king was better than his. So that was a very interesting endgame for me. And when I play players who were very young, under the age of 21, let's say, I know they like opening theory and tactics, and they like really lots of complications. And they don't like boring endgames. But I'm an old guy. I've played a lot of endgames, and I've bored a lot of people into submission. So I was very happy to get that kind of position where I'm trying to make sure my opponent can't move and dominate their bishop. And against a younger player, that's a good way to play because I know Sam's going to out tactic me. And if we have to do calculation, that's not going to be good for me. Well, I hope you liked the first video in this series of winning with opposite colored bishops. The next two videos in this series don't feature any other pieces. This was a rook and bishop ending. The next ones are pure bishop endgames, which normally are drawn, but there's some very exciting ways to win sometimes. This is Grandmaster Ben Feingold. Hi everyone, this is Grandmaster Ben Feingold with my second video in the series, Winning with Opposite Colored Bishops. Now, a lot of my students and followers and fans and such, they don't like to get yelled at by me, but it happens a lot because things that I think are pretty obvious and pretty clear and pretty famous seem to baffle the people I know. And when I say that, I don't mean good moves or what the winning move is. I mean famous games. And when I talk about football and baseball and other sports that I watch, there's just games that everybody knows, even if they were years ago, because something very interesting happened. And the following game is just such a game. This is the game Shirov Black against Vesel and Topolov. And well, to be honest with you, depending on what year it is, I don't even remember who had the white pieces. This is just like Shirov's masterpiece. And it turned out it was against Topolov, which is even better because, he was one of the top 5 players in the world for at least 10 years. Now, this game was played in 1998, but I mean, almost everybody I know knows about this game due to a really famous move. Now, this position obviously is opposite colored bishops, but there's queens on the board, and it's white's move. Shirov wants to have 3 passed pawns because he only has 2, and that's not enough to win. Well, sometimes it is. And so he's hoping, of course, for white to play queen takes queen, pawn takes. And even though there's some drawing tendencies in these endgames, well, black has 3 passed pawns, so that should be, well, a pretty easy win. Okay, so Topolov sort of wants to trade queens because then you get to the opposite colored bishop ending where you have drawing chances, but he doesn't want Shirov to have 3 passed pawns. Okay, so he plays queen a2 check. And black has actually several moves that are interesting. There's king h7 that I was looking at. Bishop e6 is in the notes to the game. And there's the move that Shirov played, which is, quite incredible. In fact, it's given an exclamation mark, although I'm not sure if that's warranted. But it was lucky that he played it because we got to see some good stuff later on. It actually reminds me of the opera game, which is one of my favorite chess games between Morphy, White, and the Count and the Duke. And there's actually a Wikipedia article on this game, the Morphy game. And what I mean is, it reminds me of it because there was a couple of positions where Morphy did not play the absolute best move, but because of the move he played, it led to great things down the road. And that's why, even though this move may not be the best, it gets an exclamation mark because of what happens later. So black played queen to d5. And now, of course, if white doesn't trade queens, he has to be careful about his h-pawn because now there's a pin on this diagonal. So, well, and white wants to trade queens because with opposite colored bishops, it's possible that he won't lose. But with queens on the board, I think that black's passed pawns are too strong, and he could even get attacked on the g2 and h3 squares, which is probably what would have happened. So Topolov was probably very happy to trade queens with the move queen takes d5. And unfortunately, a lot of people think when you have opposite colored bishop endings, that means it's an automatic draw. And that's sort of a silly way to look at it. There are drawing chances when there's opposite colored bishops. But obviously, in this video series, winning with opposite colored bishops, we're not going to see very many draws. And in a normal chess position with nothing else going on, if you're ahead 2 pawns, you're just winning. There has to be some kind of compensation, like you have very active pieces, your king is much better in the endgame, you have passed pawns, you have chances for perpetual check, something. Here, white doesn't have any of that. Only thing white has is opposite colored bishops. Otherwise, he's just down 2 passed pawns. So what I mean is, if we just took those bishops away and just put a knight on the board for each side, probably white would resign because there's just no drawing chances. Okay, now, of course, black wants to play g5, and the bishop would be trapped. That wouldn't be good for white. So bishop to d2, attacking the pawn. Black must play a4. And the point of bishop to d2 wasn't to help black queen. It was to play bishop to c3, the best square for the bishop. It stops every pawn from queening. It controls the A1 square, so that pawn's not queening. It stops D4, so that pawn's not queening. And it keeps an eye on the F6 pawn. If it was white's move, he would take on F6 and probably draw the game. So bishop C3 makes a lot of sense. And now king to F7, defending the pawn. Okay, now this is actually relatively simple, but because of Shirov's brilliant move later, this has become a very famous endgame. Now, when I say it's simple to know what the right idea is, but it's hard to execute. Black needs his king somewhere on the queen side, B3, C2, and escort his queenside pawns home. Although, I'm not sure how black achieves that. Well, I'm sure how black achieves it because I know the game. But my king can't really move diagonally because there's a pawn in the way. I can't zigzag up the board because there's a bishop in the way. And if I try to go around on the black squares, then white can play bishop to d4 or sometimes bishop to b4, and I can't really get in that way. Also, I don't want to lose my f pawn. If my king runs too far away, then white's going to have a majority on the king's side and try to get counterplay. So this isn't very easy to win, and that's why it was slightly surprising that Shirov played queen to d5 to trade queens, because it looks like white has pretty good drawing chances here. Okay, so white played the move h4. So, well, if black's bishop wanders too far to the queen side, then white's going to play g4 and h5 and get a pass pawn of his own. And the other reason white has drawing chances, other than trying to get a pass pawn and opposite colored bishops, is that this pawn is the wrong color. And that's actually something that high-rated players actually think about a lot in the endgame, even before the endgame. If somehow, by magic, white could sacrifice all of his pieces, his bishop and his pawns on g2 and h4, for simply black's 3 pawns over here. So if white can sacrifice a bishop and 2 pawns for those 3 pawns and get his king over to the corner, that would be a drawn endgame. So the fact that this pawn is the wrong colored rook pawn for the bishop is actually very helpful to white. So opposite colored bishops, the wrong colored rook pawn, the fact that the black king can't really get up there, that gives white good drawing chances in this opposite colored bishop ending. But somehow Shirov overcomes all of that, and that's why this game is very famous. So king to e6, and Topolov's not worried about that. There's nowhere for the king to move up. So he plays king to g1, and he wants to get his king either to d4, or if he can sacrifice for the 3 remaining pawns and leave black with the a pawn, he wants to get his king to a1. So king g1 is the most logical move that there is, and he's going to move his king up the board. Okay, now, for those of you who already know this game, this is where the famous move happens. And for those of you who've never seen it, this is going to be a really big treat for you. Basically, to promote his pawns, which is what you want to do in the endgame, black has to get his king over there to escort the pawns. The black bishop isn't going to help at all. The black bishop is not going to help black play d4 or a1. There's nothing the bishop can do about that. However, the black king, obviously, once it gets to c4, b3, and c2, black will be easily winning because he'll be trying to promote 2 pawns. So this is a very famous move where Shirov gains a tempo to get his king into the fray. Do you see a move that black can make where he can move his king up the board, although he can't go to e5, so he'd have to go somewhere else, and gain a tempo so that white can't stop him? Now, here's what I mean. Let's play a normal move, bishop to g4. I'm going to play king f5, king e4, king d3. White plays king f2, black plays king f5, and white plays king e3, dashing black's plans to play king e4. That doesn't work. Black needs to go back to this position and find a move that sort of stops white from playing king f2, king e3, preventing black from playing king e4. And this is, well, it's certainly the most fantastic move Shirov's ever played in an endgame, and it gave him a reputation as a great endgame player, just this one move. So it's a really crazy looking move, and it's the kind of move you see in a problem, not in a real game. So it was just amazing. Well, I told you it was amazing. I told you it gained a tempo. If you've seen the game before, you probably remember. And he played bishop to h3. And if I remember correctly, I was watching this game live, and I thought there was just, the person relaying the game just made a terrible error, because that move doesn't make any sense. And now that I know the game and I know the idea, it makes perfect sense. Okay, White really can't play king f2, king e3 now, because he'll lose his g pawn. His g pawn's under attack, and then black will easily get 3 passed pawns and win the game. Bishop h3 is such a good move. Houdini not only doesn't find it, it doesn't understand it. You have to give it several minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. It won't suggest bishop h3, and when you play bishop h3, it thinks that it's crazy. Then actually, after I played the move in the game that was played by Topalov, which was to take the bishop, now very quickly Houdini realizes that black is winning. Of course, Houdini doesn't want to take the bishop, but that doesn't make any sense because black wants to play king f5, king e4. The only way to stop that is to play king f2 to e3, but that loses the g pawn. So bishop h3 is the winning move. It might be the only winning move. We're still not sure if black can win this ending without getting his king up with his 2 extra pawns. It's possible the game would have ended in a draw if he didn't play bishop h3. Another interesting question is whether he saw this idea when he traded queens. Well, it would be hard to believe that he did, but if he didn't, then trading queens is sort of an odd idea for black, so maybe he did. Okay, so he took the bishop, which I guess everybody would do. That's the human move. And black played his plan of moving his king up, and now he gets his king to e4 before white can stop him. Now, the other thing that's good about bishop h3 is that now white doesn't have 2 pawns next to each other. White has doubled h-pawns, which means black can actually safely sacrifice his f6 pawn. White still doesn't have a passed pawn. If white had g and h pawns, then moving our king up the board and sacrificing the f pawn might mean that white gets a queen, g4, h5. But now sacrificing the f pawn is safe because these pawns on h3 and h4, they're not going to be passed pawns. So king f2, trying to get the king into the game. King e4, obviously. And black has achieved his goal of having 3 passed pawns. Passed f pawn, passed d pawn, passed a pawn. And white has no passed pawns. And there's 2 ways to play here for white. White took this pawn, which seems very reasonable. But if he doesn't want to take the pawn and wants to get his king over to the queen side, he could also play king e2 and then a3, pushing this passed pawn. King to d2, d4, and then f5. And you can see there's just nothing that white can do about all these passed pawns. At some point, when the black f pawn especially starts marching up the board, white's going to have to use his king to stop it. And then black wins the same way as in the game with king d3. And there's 2 passed pawns on the queen side. There's just no defense. So he decided to take the pawn right away, which makes a lot of sense to me. Bishop takes f6. Black played d4. Now, this pawn's going to queen because the bishop is blocked on the diagonal by the d4 pawn. The white king is not in time to stop it. It takes the white king 4 moves to get to b2, and it only takes black 3 moves to queen. So that's not quick enough. So white has to play bishop to e7, stopping the pawn. And now black only has 1 winning move. In fact, if it was white's move, I think white's winning with king to e2. So that's an amazing calculation by Shirov. He had to make extra sure that he was queening just in time and not having his pawn stopped. He played the very nice move king to d3. So he wants to escort his pawn home by putting his king on c2. And if somehow white can stop that, he wants to get his king closer to his a pawn so he can escort that pawn also. King d3 is a very important move. Now, if black plays king c2, it's all over. He just pushes his pawn home. So white has to play bishop to c5. Now, of course, we can't play king c2 because our pawn's hanging on d4 then. And again, black played a really nice move, king to c4, getting another tempo on the bishop. Obviously, bishop takes pawn would lose the king and pawn ending because the a pawn would queen. So he has to save his bishop. Bishop e7 was played. And now king to b3. Of course, black's threatening to push his pawn. And equally as important, black is threatening king c2. And after king c2, this pawn just rolls right home. There's absolutely no way to stop both pawns, so Topalov resigned. For example, if he had played bishop to c5, and then king e3, and then bishop to b4, it looks like white has stopped both pawns. But unfortunately for white, we just moved the a pawn. This pawn's going to queen. If white has to take it, and now the d pawn queens. So by sacrificing his bishop on h3, Shirov got 3 passed pawns instead of 2, and his opponent's bishop wasn't able to stop all 3 pawns. Just an amazing move from Shirov, a very famous move. Most of my students haven't seen this game or know this idea, but they do now. In the bishop opposite colored ending, it's very important to activate your king and to get as many passed pawns as possible. And sometimes doing these things requires a sacrifice. It's very rare to sacrifice your bishop, but it isn't rare to sacrifice a pawn or two to get extra passed pawns, which we are likely going to see in our next video. This was video number 2 in my series, Winning with Opposite Colored Bishops, the very famous game Veselin Topalov versus Alexei Shirov, probably Shirov's most famous game. And, well, to say it's Shirov's most famous bishop sacrifice, that may be a stretch since this was an endgame, and sacrificing a bishop in the ending is so rare. But here, it was well thought out, and his pawns were simply too strong. This is Grandmaster Ben Feingold for Chess.com. Hi, everyone. This is Grandmaster Ben Feingold with the 3rd video in my series, Winning with Opposite Colored Bishops. And I got to tell you, this is my favorite. And I think amongst professional players and grandmasters who know this game, I mean, I don't want to say it brings us to tears, but it's something really special. Now, Botvinnik was an interesting guy because he was such a good strategical player. He, well, wasn't liked by a lot of people, especially Bronstein. But one of the issues is the Soviet Union had so many strong players, Kotov being one of them, his opponent, that during one of the Olympiads, they were discussing leaving Botvinnik off the team, even though he was the world champion. Because they had a lot of guys who would be world champion or were, like, Petrosian and Tall and Keres and Geller and Spassky. So it wasn't easy to make the Soviet team because basically it was all world champions. Instead of leaving Botvinnik off the team, they decided to make him board one, where he easily won the gold medal. So probably that was a good idea. Now, Botvinnik is an interesting world champion because as world champion, he never won a match. And when he would lose the match and try to get his title back, then he would win. So he had played a lot of world championship matches. Now, this game with Kotov, well, at first glance, it looks like just a dead draw. How could Black possibly win? Is the H pawn going to queen? How? The G pawn? That's even sillier. That's got everything stopping it. The D pawn? That's stopped by two things. So what's going to queen? The B pawn with the black king on H3 and the white king on D2 and the bishop controlling B2? So I could even imagine even grandmasters agreeing to a draw here. But certainly non-grandmasters, there's no way they could win this position because there's no pawn to queen. So how could you possibly win? And that's why this game is so famous. And this game was actually played a long time ago in the Soviet Championship in Moscow in 1955. So when you hear people tell you, players from back in the day couldn't play, they didn't have Houdini and they didn't have this, and they didn't have that. Well, this is maybe the finest opposite color bishop ending of all time, and it was played almost 60 years ago. So those guys could play back then. Now, the way that Botvinnik wins is he has to get more passed pawns. And by doing so, he actually has to allow Kotov to get some passed pawns. There's some sacrificing going on here. Okay, so Botvinnik played king to g4, which is just getting his king back into the position, not really good on the side. And Kotov doesn't see any danger, plays bishop e7. And Botvinnik doesn't mind if his b4 pawn is captured, because then he'll capture the h4 pawn. And, well, white's king is pretty far away from the h-file, and black is controlling the queening square. So once we play king takes h4, we would play king g3, and it's just smooth sailing for the pawn. The white king can't really defend. So Botvinnik wasn't worried about bishop takes b4. He was hoping that would happen. He played bishop f5, and he was waiting to see if Kotov would take that pawn, and then he would be winning with king takes h4. But Kotov didn't fall for that. Bishop to f6. And he's just like, well, I move my bishop back and forth, and the game is a draw. How can you possibly win? Well, Botvinnik played king to f3, getting his king closer to the center and putting pressure on this pawn on e3. Now, one winning idea for black that doesn't involve sacrificing a lot of material is perhaps pushing this pawn all the way and then hoping white's king has to stop it, and then the e pawn is hanging. Okay, but again, that's also hard to do. White played bishop e7, and now white really is threatening the pawn because black's king isn't attacking the h pawn anymore. So b3. And Kotov thinks about it and says, well, if my bishop stops the pawn, let's say bishop f6, then my bishop is stopping this pawn, but it's also protecting my h pawn. So he might be worried that if he has to take the pawn on b2 and lose his h pawn, he'll lose the game. And he wasn't as worried about the d pawn queening because white's king is right next to it. So he played king to c3. And he probably calculated a variation like king takes e3, king takes b3, king takes on f4, king to c3, and there's just no winning chances for black. There's no way this is going to queen, and this is blockaded. If I play something like king e3, you just check me, and then something like king to d2. And this is just a dead draw. White could play bishop f6, bishop e7, bishop d8, and go back and forth, and there's just no way to win. So even here, when black has two pawns up, there's no way to win. It's impossible. So black really needs to create passed pawns. And if I was giving a lecture in front of a group of people, which I'm sort of doing now, I would give all kinds of bullet points. I would say things like, it doesn't matter how many pawns you're ahead. It matters how many passed pawns you can create. It also matters who has a better king position. Obviously here, Botvinnik's king is better. His king is on the 4th, 5th, and 6th rows. Kotov's king is usually on the 1st or 2nd row defending. And when both sides have passed pawns, whose passed pawns are further advanced and closer to queening? And even more importantly, which pawns can be helped by their king? Passed pawns cannot be helped by the bishop because the bishops are opposite colors. So that means if the bishop is stopping your pawns, your bishop's not going to help. It's on a different color. So that's what Kotov was hoping for. He thought this would be a pretty easy draw. So he played king c3, and he probably expected king takes e3. Botvinnik saw that was a draw and played bishop e6. Okay, now this move makes a lot of sense because now if white plays the blunder, king takes b3, we play d4 check. Now, well, this pass pawn on the e file is already being helped by the king, and the f pawn is hanging also. But because the e pawn is so strong, this will be a very easy win for black. So Botvinnik was hoping the passed e pawn would win the game for him, not the passed d pawn, which is closer to the king, the white king. Now, of course, Kotov didn't allow this after bishop e6. He didn't play king takes the b3 pawn. He defended his e pawn. He played bishop to c5. And he wants to play bishop to d4. And again, what can black possibly do? All of his pawns are blocked. All of his pawns are stopped. If you were told by a good player, I saw this game, and this is the black pawn that promoted, which pawn would you guess? How could any of the black pawns promote? It looks just impossible. Okay, and this is why Botvinnik was such a great player, was winning gold medals on board 1 for the Olympiad, and was several-time world champion, because he figured out a way to get a passed pawn. It's just amazing. He played an incredible move here, just breathtaking, g5. Now, well, obviously, if h takes g5, black has his passed pawn, and it's really hard to stop. And even though white has 2 passed pawns, well, they're already stopped. There's nothing they can do. So he's not going to play hg and let the h pawn queen. But it's hard to figure out, why did he let white play f takes g5? And the answer is very interesting. When white plays f takes g5, he could no longer play bishop e7 and defend his h pawn because his own pawn is in the way. So g5 was an incredible move. If we go back before g5 and play some normal move like king to g4, attacking the pawn, while bishop e7 would protect. And now if we played the crazy g5, it really is just crazy. We take with the bishop, and you're not getting a passed pawn. So now we can see how strong g5 was. When he played g5, white can't play bishop takes g5, not possible. H takes g5 allows black a passed h pawn. So Kotov played f takes g5. And this is just incredible, this position. Well, I was expecting the king would go to g4 and take on h4 and try to win that position. And that position is probably still a draw. But an amazing move was made here by Botvinnik. Botvinnik wants passed pawns on both sides of the board. So we can see the problem with king g4. He loses his pawn on b3. And now the discovered check, which he would have played earlier, has just no effect. It's just not good. The king would move. And now if we trade, this is just completely drawn. There's no play here at all. You can't win. So Botvinnik realized when he sacrificed his g pawn with the move g5 and white captured it, that not only does he want to take this h pawn, he also needs to keep a passed pawn on the other side of the board. Well, he already has a passed pawn on b3. So what move do you think Botvinnik played here to save his pawn on b3? Because white's going to capture it. But there is a way to save it. I'm sure you can find it. How do we protect our b3 pawn? With the move Botvinnik played, d4 check. Just simply incredible. If I had a student who was rated under 1,000 play moves like g5 and d4, I would wonder why they're blundering all their pawns and losing this draw in endgame. But since Botvinnik did it, it's very simple. He has a pass pawn on the 6th rank. He defends it. And soon he'll have another pass pawn on the other side of the board because of his brilliant g5 move. d4 check is amazing. We can't take with the king because the pawn queens. So we have to take with the pawn or the bishop. It doesn't matter which way he takes. He still can't save his pawn on h4. So he played e takes. And Botvinnik played king to g3. Another very important move. Really accurate by Botvinnik. Some people, maybe myself included, would have played the terrible move king to g4, also trying to win the h4 pawn. But now Kotov can draw the game by defending his h4 pawn. How would he do that? Could you find a move white can play where he saves his pawn on h4? Well, he has to put his bishop on the diagonal, obviously, to defend his pawn, and that would require him playing d5. Bishop takes d5 and bishop f2. And there's no way black's going to win this. There's nothing to do. But Botvinnik obviously saw that and didn't want bishop to go to f2. So instead, he played the brilliant move king to g3, stopping bishop f2 and attacking this pawn. And now, well, it's amazing. The endgame started with a pawn advantage for black. Now Kotov has a pawn advantage. He's going to lose his h-pawn, though. Botvinnik will have passed pawns on both sides of the board. And even though Kotov has passed pawns, they're both stopped by the bishop on e6. What a great bishop. It stops both passed pawns, and it protects the pawn on b3. Now that's a fine bishop. And now, well, now it's a pretty easy win. There's nothing really to it. Kotov decided he wanted to use his king to help stop black. So he had to play bishop a3. That prevents the black pawn from queening. Botvinnik obviously took on h4. Kotov tried to get over there. King to d3. King takes g5. Now black is a pawn ahead. And with pawns on both sides of the board, white is just defenseless. He can't move his king in both directions. He can't move his bishop in both directions. And more importantly, the h-pawn is the same color as the black bishop, which I'm sure Botvinnik noticed immediately. If you've been watching my videos, you probably should have thought of that as well. If that was the wrong colored h-pawn, white would easily draw. He would get his king to the corner, and he could sacrifice his bishop. But that doesn't work now. The bishop is the right corner. King takes g5 was played, king e4, Botvinnik queening his h-pawn. You could never play bishop d6 and stop the pawn because the b pawn is queening. So that doesn't work. King to f3, bishop d5 check. What a perfect bishop. And now Kotov has to make a decision. Move his king to the queen side, letting the h-pawn queen easily, or keep his king over on the king's side, stopping the h-pawn, and then black easily saunters over, wins the bishop, and wins the game. And so Kotov realized here it was hopeless, and he resigned. Let's say he didn't resign. The king walks in, king to g4. Now, black's to play h3, h2, so white has to stop that here. And there's just nothing to do. An important finesse, I would say. In fact, I wouldn't even play king f3. I would probably play king g3, forcing, because of the h2 threat, forcing the bishop to d6. I gain a tempo. Now he has to come back and stop my pawn, bishop to a3. And now I have a funny winning idea. I don't want him to sacrifice for the b pawn and then win my pawn on h4. So I would play bishop e6 and then h3. And if my opponent plays d5, I'm not going to take that pawn and lose my h-pawn. I'm just going to blockade. And now black sits with his bishop and pawn and saunters over and wins the bishop. White can do nothing. He's going to win the bishop, and then it's an easy win. I'll play it out for you so you see how easy it is. And white can't get counterplay and start moving his king up the board because then this pawn queens. White's king has to stay on the h2 square, and this is a very easy win. Again, if the bishop on d7 was the wrong color for the h-pawn, it would be a draw, but it's not. And it's a very easy win. Even I can win it. Okay, and there's nothing to do. Black's going to queen, so white stops it, and now many things win. I would play a waiting move here, but for sake of ease, we'll just queen the pawn and wins. And so instead of leaving black with the passed h-pawn and losing his bishop on the queen side, Kotov resigned. An amazing game for Botvinnik. The moves g5, sacrificing a pawn, and then d4, sacrificing another pawn, the purpose of which was to get two outside passed pawns, the b pawn and the h pawn. An amazing win from Botvinnik. I still can't believe he won that endgame. And to me, anyway, that was even more impressive than Shirov's bishop sacrifice. I'll leave it to you to decide which one you like more. But I really enjoyed that game. And I really enjoy wins with opposite colored bishops. All too often, we see boring draws in those kind of positions. But in this video series, we saw fantastic victories. This is Grandmaster Ben Feingold. I hope you enjoyed this video series, winning with opposite color.
Hello everyone, this is International Master Anna Rudolph, and I'm here to help you master king and pawn endgames. Now you might wonder why in the world I would want to record a video on this when there's plenty of material here on chess.com and you also might have learned it from endgame books. The reason is that I want you to fully understand these endgames. I want that you are 100% sure of them, even if you have just woken up, even if you have a few seconds on your clock. Why are they so important? Let me show you. What do you think about this endgame? Would you exchange rooks as white, or would you move the rook away? How about this one after rook takes b5? Do you take back with the pawn or with the king? Is queen takes f8 a winning move here, or a move that gives away the victory completely? Pawn endgames are the building blocks of every other endgame. Unless you are 100% sure about basic pawn endgame positions, you will not know the answer to these questions. But don't worry, we are here to learn. So I will show you a few tips and tricks on how can you be 100% sure all the time whether your position is winning or it's already a draw. Let's start with the first one. In this position, if you are not sure about this pawn endgame, then you will keep the rooks on the board. Let's say rook e2. Doesn't really matter where you place the rook. This position is a draw already. The only way to win this position is by taking on f6. That's the only winning move, because this pawn endgame is winning, but you must know how. King d2 would be the natural way of going towards the center, activating the king. But after king e5, king d3, king d5, black wins the opposition, and this is a draw. So why did I say that rook takes f6 is the only winning move and it's not winning? It's because after king takes f6, you must know one thing. T. No, I mean, not this T. T. The letter T. That's what I do. This is how I learned it when I was small, and I still do it as an international master. Whenever there's a pawn endgame, I look for T's. I draw mentally a letter T. Now where is this T and why I'm talking about something nonsense? This is a T here. If you imagine the pawn, and it's the top part of the T. But we only care about the top part of the T. So you just draw a T in the distance of a knight jump. Those three squares are the key squares for your king. If your king manages to get there, the white king manages to get to one of these three squares and not blunder your pawn at the same time, it means that you will promote your pawn, no matter what. So you see these three squares and you realize that, oh cool, I would love to go to d5. But that takes several moves. It takes 4 moves. What about the b5 square? Hey, that also takes 4 moves. If you realize that it doesn't really matter whether your king is on d5 or b5, then of course you will head towards the square that is farther from the opponent's king. The black king can easily protect the d5 square, but it's very far from the b5 square. Maybe this sounds complicated, but let me show you what I mean. The winning move in this position is not king d2. King d2 is a draw. You have to go king c2. And doesn't matter that the black king tries to come as close as possible. You go king b4, threatening to get one of those squares, the critical squares. So he defends them. He doesn't let you go to the critical squares or key squares. But in this moment, you win the opposition. This is the opposition, you know that. You win the opposition. And this is a zugzwang. Black has to go. He doesn't want, but he cannot pass. He has to go. He has to sidestep. And you go the other way. This you already know. I'm sure about that. But in case you don't remember or you are not 100% sure, let's just repeat the same. Opposition. You win the opposition. The king has to go somewhere. You go the other way. What if the black king comes to b6? Well, then you start pushing your pawn. But the king is always first. The king in front and then the pawn. Never the other way around. And the position you want to reach is the king on the 6th and pawn on the 5th on the same file as Danny said. So remember, king on the 6th, pawn on the 5th. Check all the videos by Danny. You will know what I mean. But here, once again, the only winning move was rook takes f6. If you keep the rooks on the board, this rook endgame is a draw. But rook takes f6, king takes f6, and knowing that you should aim for the t, not this t, but the latter t, so you go king c2, and you head towards d squares. This is the t. Remember it. I'm trying to draw it with the arrows too. The top part of the t is what you care about. It's always at the distance of a knight jump. Let's see the next position. This one. What do you think about this endgame? Is it winning? Yes, of course it is winning, because where's the t? Well, it's here. Those are the critical squares. So you want your king to be there. First you get there with the king, then you start pushing the pawn too, but always the king first. King d2, let's say, and if the opponent plays king d7, then you simply go king d3, king d6, king d4, you win the opposition, king c6, king c4, you win the opposition again, and now you outflank the opponent by playing king b5. This is basically the position we have just seen. It's slightly more tricky if the opponent knows distant opposition. So after king d2, he goes king d8. He places the king on the same color as your king. So when the kings approach, king d3, king d7, king d4, king d6, now he is winning the opposition. King c4, king c6, he has won it, he is not going away. You move the king, king b4, and he just follows you all the way. He follows you all the time. That's when waiting moves are very much needed. This pawn, luckily for us, is on c2. So you push this pawn to c3 and you tell the opponent, your turn. He has to sidestep, and there we are. The king is where it has to be. By the way, have you realized that when you push the pawn, so on c2, this is the t, that's the where the king should be, the critical squares. Once you advance the pawn, the critical squares also advance. So careful about pushing the pawn, because the critical squares are going farther and farther from you. But luckily, as I said, it is black's turn here. It's Zug Twang. He has to move. No matter where he goes, we go the other way. So, yes, this is distant opposition, but thanks to our pawn, which is still on c2, we are winning. If in this position our pawn was already on c3, it would mean that this position is a draw. How about this rook takes b5 move that I have showed you? So black plays rook takes b5, and you need to know whether you capture with the king or with the pawn on b5. The correct answer is, you can pause the video if you want to think more, not king takes b5. King takes b5 is a draw. Immediately a draw, because rook pawns are different. There's no t here. No tea, no coffee, nothing. Rook pawns are pretty difficult, if not very difficult, to promote. You've got to get your king to either b8 or b7. Those are the key squares for a rook pawn. So if the white king is on b7 or b8, and you don't blunder your pawn at the same time, then you are winning. But the black king gets there. King d8 or king d7, and it doesn't matter that you are almost there on b7, he steps to c8, preventing you from going to b7, and the next move is king b8 and king a8. As a defender, you should head towards the corner. If you play after king takes b5, king d6, thinking that your king is active, bad luck. After king b6, black is lost. White will get the king to b7 and push the pawn. So be very careful about these things. After rook takes b5, the only move that wins is a takes b5. And now you might wonder, why would this be winning? We have learned that the king should go first, aid the pawn, pave the path for the pawn, and then the pawn will be advancing. Now the pawn is first and the king is behind. Doesn't matter, because where are the critical squares for this pawn? Well, you know the t, right? This is the t. Good news for you. When the pawn passes the halfway mark, so it's already on the 5th rank, it means that it has double number of critical squares. I don't know why I cannot color it. Yeah, there it is. So instead of having 3 critical squares, suddenly it has 6. Not only the T, which is here, but also the squares that are in between the pawn and the T. Yeah, this might sound crazy, but it's very helpful to draw these squares. So you know that once your pawn has passed the halfway mark, if you are white, it's on the 5th or 6th rank, or if you are black, then it's on the 4th or 3rd, of course. So the white king should go to one of these squares. It doesn't matter which one. Any of these squares. If the white king is there on any of these 6 squares, you're winning. Let's see if I'm correct. The black king tries to come closer. He goes king d7. You play king a5. Of course king a5 and not king c5. Always head for the critical squares that are farther from your opponent's king. If king c5 after king c7, this is a draw. So, no. You go towards the a6 square. And that's a critical square. Remember, there are 6. And you're almost there. And black cannot prevent that you go there. So this is a winning position. King c7, king a6, king b8. And there you are, king on the 6th, pawn on the 5th, on the same file. That's winning. And this position, well, it doesn't matter what black does, right? We promote. What about the very same position, but with white to move? Imagine that we get this position, and you know that it's winning because this pawn, where are the critical squares? Well, here, the T, plus 3 more, because it's just so cool to have the double amount of critical squares once your pawn passes the halfway mark. So there you are, you know that this is winning, but it's white to move. How do you progress? Well, if you go king c6, that's not the best. Because the opponent will respond with king a7, and now the cool move would be king c7, right? And then you push. But careful. Careful about stalemate. Sometimes it might happen. The king in the corner, you push, you're happy, you almost have a queen, and this is a draw. Black has no moves. It's also the same if after king c6, king a7, you give a check. Because king a8 makes a draw. You either give stalemate with king c7, or you have to go somewhere back with the king. This is a draw. Or after b6, king a8, you give a check. And this is also a draw. So it doesn't really matter what you do. You have spoiled it already. So careful about this position when there is a stalemate option, especially when the black king is in the corner. It does matter where you go. So instead of all this, let's go back to the starting position. You go king a6. And if the opponent responds with king a8, then b6, king b8, b7. He has to go to c7, and you are winning. So after king a6, basically, he can't do anything. If king c7, king a7. He has plenty of squares to move to. There's no stalemate in this position. So just make sure that you're always careful, even if you know that this is winning, because you know that you are in one of the critical squares with your king. Just make sure that you don't stalemate your opponent right before promoting to a queen. Let's see our last position, which is this queen endgame. And the question was whether queen takes f8 is a brilliant move or it's a horrible move. And there's a huge difference, of course, between the two, between winning this game or drawing. You might think that queen takes, king takes, this should be a draw, shouldn't it? The black king is very close, 2 moves away from stepping in front of the pawn, and that means it's a draw, right? Not here. Our king is behind, and it looks like black can defend. But you play king f5, and now if king e8, then king e6, and you are winning. You should always advance this pawn to the 7th rank without a check. Always without a check. That's when you are winning. Now this looks easy, but what about takes king f5 and king f7? Opposition. Black has just won the opposition. You play king e5, And unfortunately for black, he cannot go to e7 because our pawn is controlling that square, so he cannot maintain the opposition. He has to go somewhere else. He plays king f8, for instance. You go king f6, winning the opposition after king e8. King e6, once again, we will advance our pawn to the 7th rank without a check. That's how you should do it. And you are winning. If you don't realize that this queen endgame, that you can exchange queens in this endgame, then you will keep the queen on the board. You will give plenty of checks, but it's not sure at all that you can win this game unless you realize that you should exchange queens. This is winning. With the queens on the board, you might not win it. Let's see one more position, this position actually, but what if white makes a mistake? What if you know so much about the opposition that you think, distant opposition, you go king f4 and you are so proud of yourself because you remembered something? No, here king f4 is a big mistake. And black can simply defend by playing king e8, king e5 you go, and king d7. Once the king is under the pawn, you cannot promote it. You know that this pawn, the d6 pawn, this is the t, and these are the other critical squares. White would need to get his king there. He cannot. The black king is there. Now, as a defender, the only thing you must know is that you should always keep your king under the pawn, in front of the pawn, if you look at it from the other way. So keep it always in front of the pawn. Let's try with a few moves as white. King d5, what do? Well done, in front of the pawn. King c6, now opposition, because as a defender, you want the opponent to push the pawn with a check. So here d7 check leads to a stalemate. Let's try further, because I'm sure that if you play this position against someone, he will try until he hopes that you make a mistake, but you will not make a mistake, because you will know that you should always keep your king in front of the pawn. So you keep it in front of the pawn on the same file. You don't go anywhere, just the same file. Just the same file in front of the pawn. Just the same file. And once the king tries, you gain the opposition. And you want the pawn to advance with a check. This we have seen already. This is a draw. I hope that now you feel a lot more confident about these pawn endgames. If you found this a bit too much or too fast, don't be afraid to replay this video or check the other king and pawn endgame videos here on chess.com. Also make sure that you practice, because practice makes mastery, and you can practice these positions against the computer. The computer will always make the best moves, so it's really tough to win these positions against the computer or to Hello everyone, this is International Master Anna Rudolph, and today I'm going to talk about airplanes and minefields. Yes, I'm totally serious. If you haven't watched part 1 of my Master King and Pawn Endgames video, please take a moment to study those concepts first. You will need that knowledge. We will begin with a position that everybody must know. You see that each player has one pawn. We are playing with the black pieces, it is black to move, and black is winning. First we will win the e3 pawn and then promote our pawn. How to do that? First of all, you should take the opposition. King c4 is a very important move. And now white is in zugzwang. He wishes he could stay on c2 with his king, but he cannot. He must move his king. So if he goes, let's say, king b2, after king d3, it's obvious that we are winning the pawn and the game. But what about king c4, king d2? Now a very important move is king b3. And it doesn't matter how white responds, you will win the e3 pawn. Let me show you an example. King d1. You are just approaching the pawn. King c3. King e2 prevents that you get any closer. But you take the opposition and you tell the opponent that, hey, once again you are in zugzwang. The white king has to move. King e1, let's say, and after king d3, he's forced to defend his pawn. When we go king d2, and he is once again in zugzwang. That is thanks to our pawn, because this pawn very usefully takes away the f3 square from the white king. So he only has one square from which he can be defending the e3 pawn, while we have two squares, the d3 square and the d2 square, for attacking his pawn. So this position, even if it was black to move, it would be winning, because all we do is to place the king on d3, and yet it would be once again zugzwang for white. White has to move, has to give up the pawn, and after capturing the pawn, we state that this is winning because king on the 6th, pawn on the 5th, or in this case, king on the 3rd, pawn on the 4th is winning. You must know this from the first video. If you're not sure, please replay that video. What about the same position if it was white to move? Is it still winning for black? No, then it's a draw, because if white knows what black wants, then he will be smart and take the opposition first. Black cannot go to the 3rd rank. He will try getting closer to the pawn, but after king c4, king c2 takes the opposition and never lets the black king approach the pawn or the 3rd rank. So this is a draw, and if black wants to try too hard, he can also lose the game after king c3, king d4. It is white who is capturing the pawn. What about the same position, the one that we have just seen, with black to move, and this position? This is also black to move. So compare these two positions. It's the same basically. All the pieces are on the same spot, but one rank upper. Do you think that changes the result? Well, we will win the pawn. That is true. King c5 is still the best move. And after king b4, we will win the white pawn no matter what. But unfortunately, we are not winning the game anymore. And the reason is that in the very moment when we capture this e4 pawn, white will play king e2 if he knows it. If he knows how to hold this position, he will play king e2, and this is a draw. This is also something that you must know from part 1 of this video series. So make sure that you check it. You must be 100% sure about how to hold this position, how to make a draw here as white. You must know that. But don't worry that even if the pawn is on the 4th or 5th, 6th rank, normally in a game you will have more pawns on the board. So it's normal that when you win a pawn, you also win the game. King b4 and this position that we have seen with more pawns on the board is of course winning. I don't think that we need to play all these moves, but once you win the pawn, you will also win the game, because it is not a theoretical draw, there are more pawns on the board. What you need to see from these positions is that actually once you reach with your king the same rank as the pawn, pretty close to the pawn, it means that you are winning the pawn. And I have a rule for this, because you know that I like these visual tools that can help you know whether you are winning or not. You are winning the pawn if you are a pilot. I call this an airplane because it looks like an airplane to me. These are the wings of the plane, 3 squares on each side. Those are the wings, and if your king is on one of those squares, it means that you will capture the opponent's pawn. It doesn't mean that you will win the game, that depends on where your own pawn is, but it means that you will win the opponent's pawn, unless the opponent's king arrives first, because he also has key squares. For the white king to capture the black pawn, those are the key squares, those 6 squares. And we will use this tool for solving this endgame. Lots of pawns on the board, and it seems to be much more complicated than what we have seen previously. But observing which pawn should be your target with each color, you must realize that this plain thing actually makes sense. So take a moment to analyze this position. It is white to move. Decide where the white king wants to go, which pawn he wants to attack, and where the black king wants to go, where he should arrive. And also take into account that it is white to move. So if you need, pause the video for a moment. I actually do recommend that you pause it and take a minute or two to think about this position, and then I will tell you what I think about it. So I hope that you had some great thoughts there, and you realized that what white wants is to attack the c7 pawn or the a7 pawn. This is a pawn chain here, and the way to attack these pawns is to attack the base of the pawn chain, that is the c7 pawn. And the a7 pawn we want to attack because that's an isolated pawn. So if white could have his king on b7, he would be winning the game. Or on a6, capturing the a7 pawn, that's also cool. What about black? What black wants here is to attack the e4 pawn. That's the base of white's pawn chain. And that pawn is very similar to the pawns that we have seen previously. Let me just get rid of the rest of the arrows and only talk about the e4 pawn. That's the pawn that black wants to attack, and he can win this pawn if he gets to one of these 6 squares. Well, it doesn't really matter actually that you draw these squares on the queen side, because the only feasible way to attack this pawn is to get there from the king side. So we focus as black on these 3 squares. That's where you want your king as black. Now, in pawn and games, it always depends on who arrives first. It's always a race between the 2 kings, and many times between passed pawns, who promotes first. So we should realize that after king c4, it doesn't matter that our plan as black is to attack the e4 pawn. We must pay attention to the opponent's threat. After king c4, he is threatening to go king b5 and then king a6, capture the pawn, or go king b7, or both, and we are lost. We cannot allow this. So always pay attention to what the opponent is threatening with. After king c4, there's a huge threat, king b5, and you must prevent it before you start carrying out your own plan. So here the only move that is possible for black, the only move not to lose the game, is a6. And it's such an important move. It prevents king b5. And now if you take a look at this position, you realize that the white king cannot pass. The white king has no way to approach black's pawns, which means that now black will have time to carry out his plan and attack the e4 pawn. So okay, white realizes it and he starts rushing back, trying to protect his pawn. We can go king g6 or king h6. It leads to the same king e3, and now let's say king g5 or king h5, king f3, and now king h4, and you have arrived to one of those squares where your king must be. So this is winning, because you will win the e4 pawn and then you will take the rest of the white pawns and win the game easily. It doesn't matter what white does here, you will win. Let's just once again play out a few moves in case you don't believe me, but it's the same thing as before. You will reach a position where white can no longer protect his pawn because he is in Zugzwang. Our pawn takes away the d4 square from the king, so he has to move we will capture the pawn and then the rest of his pawns and have like 3 or 4 passed pawns that we will promote. So this position, even though it looks like white is a lot more active in that he must be better, he is lost. He's also lost if he tries to go to the king side first instead of king c4. We do the same, king g6 or king h6. The king comes closer, king g5 or king h5, king f3 and king h4. As soon as you get to one of those squares, you will win the white pawn. Here, this is not Zugzwang yet, because white can push his pawn. But it doesn't matter. As black, we have an extra move, king h3, and if we needed to make another move, then king h4. Black is never in Zugzwang, while white has to go, has to step back, and we approach his pawn. We always approach the pawn no matter what, and it will lead to a Zugzwang no matter what. When the pawn structure is fixed, he will eventually run out of moves. What you need to know about fixed pawns is this position too. So the first position was the basic position that we use for more complicated positions, and this position is the next very important one. Actually, if we take away the queenside pawns, you might recognize this position. Danny has discussed a very similar position to this one. He calls it the king dance. So you might remember the king dance. It's so important that I must repeat it. If you need to choose between, not that move, king e2, king d2, and king f2. You can also choose king d1 or king f1, but I would basically consider these 3 moves. Which one would you pick? It is white to move and you must save this game. You must save the position somehow. You must hold it. What do you think? Which one is the best move? Pause the video and think about this for a moment. I hope that you have thought about king f2 or even king f1, because it both leads to king h4 and king g2. And now, luckily for white, there's no I file. The king cannot get to the 3rd rank, even though there would need to be a 3rd square. There isn't. There are just no more files there on the right side of the board. So this is a draw because black cannot pass. Now, what happens if white is more ambitious? And in this position, he doesn't care about defending. He wants to attack the black pawn. So he plays either king e2 or king d2. In both cases, white is lost. You might not believe me because maybe you calculated that after king d3, if black attacks the f3 pawn, then king e4 wins the game because you have protected your pawn and you are attacking the f4 pawn as white. So black is in Zugzwang. He has to move his king. And he is lost because in this position he would need to have his king on f6. That's the only way to hold this position. The king is not in time. There's the T, you know this already. If the king is here, this is winning. You can promote the pawn. You will promote your pawn. If you are not sure about what I'm talking, please take a moment to check part 1 of this video series. Once again, I'm repeating that you must know these basic pawn endgames because they are the building blocks of every other endgame. So maybe then I was wrong. Maybe it is white who is winning and king e2 or king d2 was a good move. Not really. Let's once again take a moment and check what happens after king d3. So if king g3, then king e4. And white is winning because this is Zugzwang. So the g3 square is where you should not step. I call this the minefield because there are explosives on the g3 square. You should not step on it. You must play king h3. And now if white goes king e4, then he stepped on the explosives. After king g3, white is in Zugzwang and white is lost. He has to abandon the pawn and we are winning as black. What about the position after king h3 if the opponent also knows this rule and he knows that he shouldn't step on the e4 square because he will explode? So he goes king d4. Now this is the moment when you must force your opponent go to the e4 square. But not by playing king g3, that's once again a losing move. Remember that you should not step on the explosives. You must play king g2. So you must attack the opponent's pawn from a different square, not g3, a different square. And once you attack this pawn from a different square, the opponent will have to protect the pawn. And now that he's tapped on e4, on the mine, you go king g3, and this is Zugzwang. You are winning. So this position, remember this position. This position is a mutual Zugzwang position. If it is white's turn to move, then white is lost. If it is black to move, then black is lost. Nobody wants to make a move in this position. And this position is the one that you must use for solving this one. Because actually, even though there are more pawns on the board, you see that there are several pawns on the queen side as well, it is the same. It is the same because the pawns that matter are the f pawns. So here, the good move for white is once again king f2 or king f1, because you must rush to the king side and prevent that black gets to the third rank and takes the plane. So king f2 or king f1 is the right move. And even if black tries, because with having pawns on the queen side means that maybe he will try to go to the queen side and take your pawns. Doesn't matter. You can basically do any move, you can play any move here. The only important thing is that you realize that once the black king gets to d4, you want your king on d2. And once the black king is on c4, you will have to go king c2. So now you go king e2, and after king d4, there you are. You prevented that the black king enters the position, and when he plays king c4, you go king c2, and this is a draw. You repeat these moves. If he steps back, you can even go a bit more active. This is a draw. So it's so important to know these basic positions, the mutual Zugzwang, and also how to win the pawn when the pawn structure is fixed. There are lots of arrows here, but you must remember that taking the plane is cool. You should be a pilot, and also remember that all these basic endgames, these basic rules that I show you, serve you for more complex positions. So when there's a pawn chain, you want to attack the base of the pawn chain, and the player who gets there first will usually win the game. If it was white who got his king to b7, he would have won already. You have one last thing to do today, which is an exercise that I want to give to you. I would like to know if you had paid attention. So this is an exercise to test your knowledge on what you have learned from the first part of this video series and now this one from today. So you must combine your knowledge from these two videos in order to solve this position. It is white to move, and you must save the game. What is the only way to survive this position as white? If you have watched Danny's videos, stage 2 will help you. But please try not to replay that video now. Try to solve it on your own. And then if you need help, reach out to Danny. The stage 2 video of his king and pawn endgames will help you. Please leave your solutions down here in the comments below, and I will see you in the next video. Hi everyone, this is International Master Anna Rudolph, the girl who hangs chess pieces on her curtain and also the one who is going to teach you the most important endgame principles. My objective with these videos is that you become a lot more confident when playing endgames, and that with your newly acquired endgame knowledge, you will be able to convert positions that you might have spoiled before. Last but not least, these videos will not only improve your endgame skills, but also your general chess understanding. As Mr. Stefan Gerzadovich said, openings teach you openings, endgames teach you chess. So let's begin improving our chess. The first and most important endgame principle you've already learned about.
Two factors dictate the play of all roughly equal endgames, and they are king play and power, and passed pawns. As Nimzovich said, in the middle game the king is but a mere extra, but in the endgame the king is a principal. Activate your king at the earliest opportunity, use him to help your pawns advance, and remember the goal position of king on the 6th, pawn on the 5th, as it is a goal position for many endgames. Pawns are the soul of chess, according to Philidor, and if you recognize the potential for your majorities, you can create passed pawns all over the board. Remember the ideas of protected passed pawns, outside passed pawns, and push, push, push your passed pawns to victory.
Thank you, Danny. Today we are going to take your king activity expertise to the next level. You will be able to determine when it is the right moment to activate your king and where is the square where you actually need to bring your king to. Let's begin with the ladder. In our first position you can see that the white king is the active king. I think it's obvious to everybody. It can go to 8 squares while the black king in the corner has only 3 possible moves. But what about placing the black king a bit closer? Now both kings can move to 8 squares. Does it mean that they are equally active? Not really. The white king is still a lot more active. Usually in the center your king will be happy, but it doesn't mean that it is always the place where you need to bring your king to. It always depends on the context, on where the rest of the pieces are. For instance, in this position, our king on e5 is very happy. We go king d6, after which king e7, and we will grab several of those black pawns and promote our pawns. So you can see that from the center we can get to any part of the board very quickly. That's why it's so useful to have our king in the center. But as I said, everything depends on the context. So sometimes it isn't the center where you want to be. Look at this position, the same as before. The only difference is that there's a b5 black pawn and an a5 white pawn. And it is black who is winning actually. White to move, but white cannot get to the queenside pawns. We cannot go king d6 because the b pawn will promote. So white should try to get to the queenside. He plays king d5, but after king a6, it is black who gets there first. So as I said, everything depends on the context. Yes, in general, you will want to drive your king towards the center, but you should always have in mind what is the target. In this position, the target is the a5 pawn for black, and he gets there very quickly, much faster than our king to the kingside black pawns. It is always a race. Many times in the pawn endgames it will be a race, and you need to calculate which king arrives first. Let's see one more position from a pawn endgame. Here there's only one move for white that is winning, and it is not the move that is going towards the center. King g3 is the only winning move, and the idea is that after king e7 you go king h4. So if we think that it's always nice and cool to go towards the center, then we just make a draw because king f3, king e7, king f4, king f6, this position is a draw. So the only way to win was to know that we want to get our king to h4. Always you need to determine first where do you need to bring the king, and then find the path. So king g3 is the correct move, and after king e7, king h4, king f6, king h5, and after king g7, king g5, we will soon reach the position that Danny mentioned. More about pawn endgames in the next videos. Let's see our first practical game about king activity. Black has just exchanged bishops on e7. And after knight d2, king d6, he's happy because we have a king on d6 in the center, while the white king cannot be activated because of our beautiful bishop on b5. So he has to try to create a path for his king. He cannot just wait on g1 with the king, right? He plays f3. He wants to bring his king too. He wants to activate it, but it takes time. So as black, we will use our initiative. We will use that our king is already on d6 while the white king is only on g1. What do you think is the target in this position? Because as I said, it's cool to have the king on d6, but what's next? Pause the video for a moment and think about how can you progress in this position as black. I hope that you had some ideas, and what you needed to find is that the weakness of white is the a2 pawn. And how can we get there? Well, it's a long trip, but we can manage by playing king c6, and after king f2, we play bishop a4, create space for the king to enter the position. This is how the game went: king e2, king b5, king d3, king b4, king c2, and there we are, king a3 attacking the weak pawn on a2. So king b1 had to be played, what a passive king, but if you don't want to give up the pawn, this is the move. Actually, the right move was perhaps giving up the pawn, but that's not what we are talking about today, how to sacrifice a pawn for activity. This is not our topic. I just want to mention in brackets that probably the best move here for white was king c3, giving up the pawn, after which the idea is that you just try to play against this king on a1. You try not to let the black king be active again. Anyway, what white played, after king a3 was king b1. And here, black is basically winning because white is tied up to the defense of the a2 pawn. Bishop b5, you just improve your minor pieces. The king already got to a3. That was our first mission. And now the second mini plan is to improve your minor pieces as much as possible. So you want to bring your minor pieces also to the attack of this a2 pawn. Let's see how Yusupov did that. He placed the bishop on b5, and after knight b6, knight c4. If white trades the knight on c4, you see that this is a very sad position for white, where he has all his pieces defending the poor pawn on a2. And even if this position is not winning right now, it's just so horrible to play this position. White will end up in Zugzwang sooner or later. So you can push your pawns as black, and white will run out of time at some point. We will talk about these positions, these kind of Zugzwang positions, in the future. Let's see what happened in the game, because it's also very instructive. Instead of knight takes c4, what happened was knight f1, and now knight b2. Where is this knight heading to, you might ask? Look at this. Knight a4. g6 was played in order to avoid any kind of counterplay, so knight h5. What am I doing with those arrows? Knight h5 was prevented by playing g6. You are never in a rush in endgames when you have advantage, and you can actually just improve your position step by step. So look at this knight maneuver, knight b2, knight a4, and you will realize that after some weird moves, well, it is already a pawn up, but what I wanted to show you is that with the knight on a4, it doesn't matter what white does here, because what we want to do as black is the following. Our plan is to place the bishop on c4. The white king has to go back to b1, and after knight c3, we are winning the pawn on a2. This might sound complicated, and you don't need to understand all of this. What I want you to understand is that we had our king on d6 in the center, and that's cool, but you need to do something more if you want to progress in the position. You have a symmetrical pawn structure here, and the minor pieces cannot really attack without the help of the king. Here, the king is the most important attacking piece, and black has the chance to activate his king even more right now, before the white king arrives. So the path to get to a3 was via c6, and then we move the bishop so that we can go to b5, b4, and a3. Just remember that from this game, you don't need to understand those knight maneuvers or the Zugzwang position at the moment. We will learn about those in the future. What if instead of this position, just remember the position with the king on d6, we modify this position. We take the f-pawns away and place the white king on h4. You know that the a2 pawn is weak, and you know that you would love to have your king on a3 attacking this pawn. But you always need to pay attention to the opponent's threats as well, and you always need to calculate too. So it's cool to have those ideas. Where do you want your king? The schematical thinking is what you need in endgames, but you need to justify those ideas by calculating. And you definitely realize that it takes ages to get to a3 with the king, while the white king is about to go to g5 and h6. So as I said, everything depends on the context. Even if you realize that white has a weakness or two, you might not be able to attack it if the opponent is also threatening with something. Here, king g5 is a big threat. You need to prevent it. You need to play king f6 or pawn to h6. You must do something against king g5. I believe that the right move is king f6, and now you alter your plan because you cannot stick to this idea that I will attack the a2 pawn and that's it. No, in chess, most of the times you will need to be constantly changing your plan because the position changes. So king f6, and you want to play e5. This is a more or less balanced position still. Let's see another game between Aljechin and Öve at the World Championship match between the two in 1937. And here it is white to move after knight d5. Our pawn is hanging on c3, but we don't want to play passive moves like rook c1. So instead of that, we are looking for an active counterplay. Our pawn is hanging, let's attack the opponent's pawn as well. Bishop d3, the h7 pawn is hanging, h6 was played, and after, bishop f5 check, king d8. Once again, I ask you to pause the video for a moment and try to see what should be your target. What do you think that you will need to attack, and with which piece? But I think you know the piece already. Let's see. Yes, the right move is king g4. We don't care about the c pawn because we want to create a passed pawn, the h pawn. So yes, we allow black to capture this pawn on c3, but at the same time we will get to h5, after which the h6 pawn falls and we will have a very powerful passed pawn, much more powerful than black's passed pawn. We will learn about the difference between bishops and knights in endgames when there are pawns on both flanks in the future. So just for now, our bishop is helping our passed pawn at the same time and also can prevent the promotion of black's passed pawn, while the knight is much slower, so it will take a lot of time for the black knight to get back to the king side, and it will mean that the knight will not be supporting the c passed pawn. So this position is winning, but once again, this might be too much to understand. What you need to understand is the king maneuver, that our king was on f3, and no, it's not always going towards the center, that means activity. Here, you need to realize that our target is the h6 pawn. You want to win this pawn, and the way to win it was first of all to attack it with the bishop, and then to get there with the king. So even if black tries to defend it, it will happen in the game, he will not succeed because our king got there first. I told you that it's also important to know when to activate the king, so I decided that we would see the same game between Aljechin and Öve that we have just analyzed from the very beginning. And the only thing you need to observe is where the white king is. You can also observe the black king, but don't care much about the rest of the pieces. Let's play it very fast, and all you need to see is what's happening with the king. So this is the opening. Of course, after the opening, you will want to place your king in a safer place than the middle of the board, so you will want to castle. That's what happens in the middle game. You want to have your king safe. And that's here. Let's stop for a moment. With so many pieces on the board, of course, both players have castled, and you try to keep the king as safe as possible behind the king side pawns or the queen side pawns, but definitely not marching towards the center with your king. Later on, as you start exchanging pieces, especially the queens, when the queens are off of the board, it starts to be the moment to activate the king, but not yet. It's not yet because there's a very annoying rook on the second rank. Also, knight takes f4 is a threat. So here it is not yet the moment to activate the king. It is still the stage where you need to keep on improving your pieces. After bishop c4, doubling rooks, rook e6, you activate your rooks and you exchange a pair of rooks. So normally, when you have improved your pieces to the maximum and you have traded several pieces, there are only a few pieces left on the board, that is usually the moment when you can and you should activate the king. So here, right now, we are thinking about activating the king, but the second step after realizing when it is the moment is to see, okay, but where shall the king go? If we go to f2 right now with the king, then this d2, rook d2 check might be unpleasant. White did not want to trade rooks, and here he would have to play rook e2 or go back to g1 with the king in order to protect the h2 pawn. So instead of this, he prepares the idea of bringing the king. Just one more example. You don't want to go to g2 and then to h3. This is not the position where you want your king on h3. With the rook on the second rank constantly attacking your h2 pawn, you cannot activate your king from h3 because you have to be protecting the h2 pawn. This is not what we want. What we want is an active king position, and for that, white first pushes h4. We have a pawn majority on the king side, so it's cool to push them, and at the same time, we prepare our king for going forward. Let's see what happened later in the game. King d7, king f2, knight e7, king f3, and the rest we have seen already. So obviously, in the opening and in the middle game, you want your king to be safe. And once you started trading pieces, once there are less pieces on the board, especially without queens and heavy pieces, usually that is the right moment to bring the king. But before you start going blindly towards the center, make sure that you check what should be the target, what should be the squares where you want your king to be. Schematic thinking, imagining where your king would be ideal, is very useful. So you might say that my king is on g1, but I want it on h6. So at least you know in which direction you want your king to go. If you would like to see more examples on king activity, I recommend that you find the game of Bobby Fischer against Acevedo. It's one of my favorite ones. It's a brilliant game. You will be surprised by how this king from e6 will end up on... I cannot tell you where. You should find the game and check it yourself. I will see you soon with more endgame principles in the next videos. Hi everyone, it's Anna back with some brand new Endgame videos. Before we begin with today's lesson, I wanted to thank every one of you who sent me messages and comments on my videos. I'm just so amazed by the amount of positive feedback that I'm receiving. So grateful to you guys. And also thanks for suggesting me topics so that I know what kind of endgames you would like to study. And today's one, is actually one of those suggestions. You told me that the King activity video is a nice clip, but you would like to study more about when to activate the King and where to bring it to. So I promise I will record a couple of more clips on this topic. Today's one will focus on two things. First of all, that the endgame has different stages, and depending on which stage of the endgame you are in, your King's position will be different. And secondly, that it's not only about activating your king, but preferably you also want to restrict the activity of the opponent's king. So these are the two things that we will focus on today. Before we begin with the main game, let's warm up with this position, where you are playing with the black pieces, you are a pawn up, you have very active pieces, rook and bishop. The only thing is that your king is still not in the game. So your task is to activate the king. Try to find a path for this king from g8 to be more active. Pause the video and then tell me what would you have played here. I hope that you have thought about h6. It looks a bit weird, but the reason is the following. If you go king f8, which looks like is the right way to go towards e7 and so on, towards the center. In this case, white has actually two possibilities. He can either go rook e1 immediately, cutting your king so that you cannot activate it. The knight covers the f7 square and the rook at the e file. So your king on f8 is not active and will not be active unless you go backward. And the other thing about king f8 which I don't like is that even if next move you can go king e7, there are some tactics in the air. Rook takes d4 and the knight fork on f5. So be careful about your opponent cutting your king, like with rook e1, and also that sometimes when you expose your king, there can be tactical motives in the air. That's why h6 is the right move, and the path for the king is this, either from g5 or h5, but you are heading to h4. I will save this game in the PGN that you can download so you can analyze this position more, but today's topic is a game by Ulf Andersson, who was world number 4 back in his peak time, and also he is supposed to be one of the best endgame players that chess history has ever seen. So I think we have a lot to learn from the Swedish grandmaster, and the position is equal. He's playing with the white pieces, but we will see that he manages to win a seemingly boring position. And the point is not mainly how he wins it, but just focus on the king and how he uses the king. As I said, we will want to see that king activity might have different stages. So first of all, in this position, he goes rook c1. Rook d2 was a threat by black. He cannot go rook d2 here because knight e4 would win material. So instead of rook d2, he goes back with the bishop. He realizes that he needs to move away the c5 bishop from a square where it could be hanging. And now this is really the moment when we need to do something about rook d2. I know this is a king activity video, but you never want your opponent's rook on the second rank. If you can prevent it, then do it. So here, there's a very funny move that actually is the best in the position. Knight b1. I mean, it looks like a beginner's move, or even worse, it looks like somebody's move who doesn't know how to play chess. But this is the best move in the position. This is an endgame masterpiece. Knight b1 covering the d2 square so that the rook cannot come to d2. And the next step will be to use your king in order to activate the knight. So you will need to bring your king to the protection of the d2 square, then you can activate your knight. So first stage of king activity in this game, your goal is to defend the d2 square with the king. You can do it from several ways. I want you to think about which one is the correct. So pause the video and decide how to bring the king to the defense of the d2 square. I hope that you said king f3 or e3. Both moves are really good. The idea is the same. You want your king on e2. And that's the right way. It's not so good to play king f1 because on the back rank, your king can be in trouble. Black could attack first of all the b2 pawn and then your rook. You cannot leave the back rank because of rook d1 check. So playing moves like rook e1, this is not really the position we are aiming for. All our pieces are passive. So that's why e3 or king f3 are the right moves. Both lead to the same. And that's the position we were aiming for. h3 or king e2, both are good. It doesn't really matter. You don't need to understand all these tiny moves at the moment. So this is an endgame masterpiece. And just remember that what we focus on is the king. And there we are, king on e2, protecting the d2 square. So next move, you can activate your knight. This was the first stage, mission accomplished. Let's see what will be next after activating the knight. Knight maneuver. We will learn about these moves as well, but really this lesson is about the king, so don't worry about not understanding everything. This is really a positional masterpiece, heading to c5 with the knight or to b4. This is a beautiful knight maneuver. Black prevents it, so g4, now expanding on the king side. And we reach an endgame where we have a knight versus a bishop. And it's not supposed to be winning. It's not even better for white. But you will see how Anderson manages to outplay his opponent because of his king. So knight d3, threatening with knight b4. And after a5, e4. And this was my point number 2. Restrict the activity of the opponent's king. So before Anderson thinks about activating his king further, going to f3, for instance, f4, he prevents that black can also get his king active, more active than on c6. So don't allow your opponent's king to be as active as he wishes. Prevent it. Try to keep your opponent's king backstage on c6. So now look at this. The c5 square is covered by the knight and the d5 square is covered by the pawn. This is a barrier. He cannot cross it. Even if he pushes b4, he cannot cross from b5 either, thanks to our pawn, which covers the a4 and the c4 squares. I'm trying to color all these squares, but I don't know if I manage. Anyway, I think it's clear. So always remember this idea in your games as well, that yes, you want your king to be as active as possible, but also you should aim to prevent the activation of the opponent's king. We cannot prevent it like totally. You cannot just always cut your opponent's king on the back rank, but once the king is approaching your camp, try to prevent that it enters your position. a4 was played in the game, and now king e3. Second stage of king activation, we are heading towards the f4 square. And there we are, king f4, mission accomplished. So yeah, first we brought our king to e2, and now to f4. And what's next? Because it's cool to be on f4, but we are not threatening anything. This is the moment, this is the stage of the endgame where you need to spot a weakness. What is the target? And bring your king there. So we have prevented the black king from entering our camp. That's cool. The king is nice on f4, but we want more. Pause this video and try to figure out what is the weakness in black's camp and how can you attack it with your king. There you are. I think we all agree that g5 is a great move, creating a path for the king to h6, attacking the h7 weak pawn. And black cannot prevent it. He just cannot. So he decides to run back with his king so that he can at least protect the pawn once we are on h6, or he can go king g7 and stop us from going to h6 with the king. f3 is a move, once again, it's a masterpiece. So basically white wants to keep his pawns on light squares so that the bishop will never gain a tempo by attacking them. But let's focus on the king. f6, and in this moment, I will not ask you to figure the move out because this is a grandmaster move. f6, threatening f takes g5. And he just doesn't care. He plays king h5. This is a pawn sacrifice in an endgame. The point is that after f takes g5, king h6, and now knight c5, and he will win back the pawn no matter what. For instance, if e5, after knight d7, the pawn will drop. You cannot protect the e5 pawn and the g5 pawn at the same time. So after knight c5, black went king f7, offering the h7 pawn. Now we capture it. We could say that the third stage of king activation is accomplished. We got our king to h7, capturing this pawn. And yeah, once again, we will need a new objective because it's cool to have the king on h7, but what's next? So after king f6, is not forced, but if he doesn't do that, you can analyze this position. As I said, you can download the PGN and you can analyze more and more variations. I want to show you the ideas, not analyze every possible move. So you can analyze this position. After king f6, what happened in the game was, of course, the fourth stage of king activation. Now we are heading with this king towards... Where are we heading? Pause the video and figure out why king g8 is a good move. Where are we going? Yes, the new target is the b5 pawn. And this is the path. It's far and it takes time to get there, but we can get there. And if the opponent doesn't want to allow it, he goes king e7, then we have a new target, the g5 pawn. It's just so bad for black that he cannot control all the squares where we can enter his position. So either we manage to attack the g5 pawn or we get to the b5 pawn. Let's see what happened in the game after king g8. Bishop g1 was played and now king f8. It's slow, but we are getting there. Look at that. Look at this king. Look at that. We are almost there. Almost there. And after bishop d4, b4. This position is winning. As I said, I don't want to show every line. Instead of bishop d4, black should have played in a different way. He could have held this position. It could have been still a draw, but under such pressure, white always causing trouble for black, always causing him to think how to defend, always having to find the most precise moves. It's normal to make mistakes under such pressure. So yes, objectively, this position is still equal, but I think between two humans playing, it's normal to crack under pressure. Analyze the variations if you want to know how to defend this position as black. But what happened to the grandmaster playing with the black pieces? So it's not somebody who is a beginner. He played bishop d4 and after b4. This is a zug zwang. He just has no useful moves and he has to make a move. I just want to show that b4 is very important and not king a6 first, which looks like this was our mission, to attack the pawn, but you have to be patient. King c6, b4, this is not the same case as the game because after bishop c3, everything is protected for black. So, b4, this is a zugzwang because, let's see a few examples. What could black do? For instance, which piece shall we move? What would you move here as black? If you move the king, this is what happened in the game. Then knight c5 comes. If, for instance, you play bishop c3, king b6 can be played and the pawn drops. If instead of bishop c3 you keep the bishop on this diagonal, the problem will be that after king a6 you need to protect both the b5 pawn and the e5 pawn. So that is the reason why this position is a zugzwang. Black's pieces are well placed as they are at the moment, but by moving them, and he's forced to move one of them, he will not manage to protect both the b5 pawn and the e5 pawn. The game finished in this way: king d7, knight c5 check. It cannot be captured because this pawn endgame is winning. You promote first. So instead of capturing on c5, black went king d6, but now with the knight on c5, you can play king b6, accomplishing the fourth stage of king activity, and you will capture the pawn. So after bishop c3, king takes. This is already easy for a grandmaster like Anderson. Actually, he enjoyed playing these endgames, so even if an endgame was equal, he always enjoyed playing them, and I think he still loves playing endgames. So I love watching Ulf Andersson's games because they are true endgame masterpieces. And please download the PGN so that you can analyze the variations that I did not mention in the video. All I wanted to show in this video is that there are certain stages in the endgame. It's not only about knowing that I want an active king and I want to win a pawn, for instance. So in the very beginning of this game, let me just go back there and show it once again. First of all we wanted, this knight b1, by the way, was a really strong move. First, what you wanted with the king was simply to prevent your opponent's rook from entering the second rank. That was the first way of activating your king. And in this position, that's what you had to do first. Later on, after activating the knight and actually trading rooks, you prevented the opponent from activating his king, and then you started activating your king further, second stage of king activity. And after reaching the f4 square, you thought, okay, it's cool to be on f4, but I want more. And that's when we started attacking the weak pawns of the opponent. First the h7 pawn, third stage of king activity. And once it fell, we actually started heading towards the b5 pawn, which was really far, but we got there, and that's how he won the game. I hope that you like this video. I will be back with more king activity videos and also endgame videos in general. See you soon. Hi everyone, this is International Master Anna Rudolph, and today we are going to discuss a key factor that can win you many pawn endgames, and it is called the outside passed pawn. Now, why are outside passed pawns so important? Why are they so powerful? This is what we are going to see with a couple of examples, starting with this one that is a position where it doesn't really matter whose turn it is. Let's say it is black to move, but it could be white to move. Doesn't matter what move you make, this position is winning for white. Let's say king d5, just to demonstrate what could happen? Either a5, f4, there are many good moves here. The point will be the following. You will start pushing your outside pass pawn, and that will make the black king to have to go towards this pawn. I like to call this the magnet effect. The outside pass pawn is a magnet. At the moment, the king on d5 is in the square of the pawn, so he doesn't need to move yet. But once you move this pawn a square further, now this is the magnet. The king has to go to c6. So it lets you advance with your king to c4. And it doesn't matter that he wishes he could stay on c6 with his king protecting the c5 pawn. You will keep on using the magnet. First, I like to push the pawns on the other flank. You want to win the pawns on the king side. So it's a good idea to advance your pawns on the king side. Those are the pawns you will promote later on. That's why f4 and h4 were played. And once you have this position, g3, all pawns are fixed, you can sacrifice the outside passed pawn. It has to be captured, and after king takes c5, your king is a lot closer to black's pawns than the black king to the white pawns, and that's because of the outside passed pawn. So it works as a magnet. It draws the opponent's king to the flank where he doesn't want to be. I mean, not the flank, but who wants to have the king on the a file when all the pawns are on the king side? So yes, it draws the king very far from the rest of the pawns. But let's see 3 games, because this was a position I made up. And now I want to show you 3 real games. This is by Bobby Fischer from the year 1971 in the Candidates Tournament against Larsen. He won it, and then against Petrosian he won, and that's how he qualified for the World Championship match 1972. I'm sure you know all that, and this game, of course, for these reasons was very important. He played a4, and after king f8, since Bobby, of course, knew very well the importance of the outside pass pawn, this isn't the same position that we saw, but it's similar. So white has an a4 passed pawn, and black has 3 pawns versus 2 on the king side, but it behaves like the previous position. You will see it will behave the exact same way. So Bobby Fischer plays bishop c3, a winning move, because this pawn endgame is winning. The reason is the same as before, the magnet. So we are going to d4, and we want to go to the king side. That's why we played king d4, but you see that king d6 stops our king from entering black's camp. No problem. That's why we have a magnet. a5, trying to draw the black king towards the a file and letting us go to the king side. So he doesn't want to allow us. He plays f6, but a6, you see, sooner or later the black king will have to approach the outside passed pawn. And that's what happens. We sacrifice this outside passed pawn. In this moment, for instance, if black captures, that's a temporary pawn down for us. But after king e6, it's easy to see that all the black pawns will fall. The black king is just way too far. So what happened in the game was, in this moment, h4, and even if white captured, it would have been still winning, and then h5. But what Bobby did was perhaps even easier. He just simply ignored this h4 pawn. He played king e6, and his opponent resigned, because after capturing here, pushing this pawn, we will win both those black pawns, while black doesn't have time to take this pawn and then run back and prevent the promotion of the g pawn. Another example by Reshevsky, this time, this is from the year 1969, the US Championship, which was also a zonal tournament. f5 was played by Samuel Reshevsky against Larry Evans. Both were several times US champions. So very strong American grandmasters. After king f3, king f7, rook takes e3, and here he could have played rook takes d4, which is a pawn up rook endgame, but instead he went for something that's a lot stronger, and that was to simplify to a pawn endgame which is winning. And why is this pawn endgame winning? because it sort of behaves like an outside pass pawn. You don't see any pass pawn for black here. Only white has a pass pawn, right? But it will behave like an outside pass pawn because of g5 and f4. We will not push f4 right now, of course, that would be a blunder. But that's the plan. We will bring our king to d5, attacking the d4 pawn. And in the right moment, we will push f4. That will behave like a magnet, drawing white's king towards this pawn, and we will capture the rest of the pawns. That's the plan. What happened in the game was h4, h6. You want to keep these pawns together, of course. You need to create a passed pawn. d5 was played, but even if he wouldn't have played d5, he would have lost the game. As usual, you will have the PGN. You can download it and analyze other variations. So let's just see what happened in the game, which was king d4, king d6. We brought here the king attacking the pawn, and next move could be f4. Takes, a4, trying to prevent the advance on the queen side, and after a5, b3, g4. Actually, there was no reason to push f4, because after g4, this is a zugzwang. The white king would love to stay on d4, but he cannot. So if he has to move, he can only protect the d5 pawn from the c4 square, and that allows f4, ouch, a breakthrough which wins. He cannot run back and prevent promotion. And if he doesn't play king c4, then what can he do? He will lose the d5 pawn. So in this case too, it was because of an outside pass pawn or a potential outside pass pawn. In this case, it would have been the g pawn, a hidden outside pass pawn, and in other positions it could have been the f4 push, for instance, if he didn't go d5. You can analyze those positions for yourself. This, what I was saying, for instance, king f3, king e6, we bring the king to d5, and then we have this f pawn which behaves like a magnet, and outside passed pawn. Now on to our last example, which is the most complicated one, but also the most beautiful one. In this position, you see that this is not a pawn endgame. This is a position with lots of pieces. And there's a brilliant move here, which was played by Bent Larsen in 1956. So you see that I like old games. Queen takes f7 check. This is the idea. Queen takes, bishop takes, and now if the rook takes and king takes f2, we reach a winning pawn endgame. Once again, there's no passed pawn for white, but it's very likely that he will end up having an outside passed pawn. Now, why is it so likely? The reason is that he has 2 pawns versus 1 on the queen side. So he can bring his king to e4, not like a knight move. I don't know why this arrow is like that. Let's just try to draw it one by one. And we will create a c passed pawn. Once we have a c passed pawn, that will be an outside passed pawn. So I think what you need to achieve is not only that you know that the outside passed pawn is winning, but also to see the potential for reaching an outside passed pawn position. So the brilliant thing about queen takes f7 is that white knows that he's winning the pawn endgame. Here, this is a winning pawn endgame, and that takes mastery to know that this is winning. Let's see how, so that we can learn from it, and next time we will know it in our games as well. Bringing in the king first, bringing it to e4. And, well, b4 was played in order to try to prevent the creation of a passed pawn, but it cannot prevent it after c3. If b takes, this is the traditional outside passed pawn. So we have a passed pawn here, black has a passed pawn here. He will lose the game because we will push this pawn to c4. We will also advance our kingside passed pawns before sacrificing the c pawn for the e pawn and for grabbing the rest of his pawns. That's winning. That's winning easily, and you can try it yourself by downloading the PGN. So what is somewhat more complicated is that after c3, b3 can be played, and now this is an outside passed pawn, but we have to be careful because there's a b pawn on the board, which means that in some cases black could take our c pawn and go for the b2 pawn. Let's see how that works in practice. c4 is still a good move, of course, and after g6, g4, h5, takes, and h4. Now king c6, king takes, we have won the pawn. But after king c5, you need to be careful as white. So, king f5 is a good move. And now king d4. If king takes c4, you come back here. That was white's idea, and you are winning because of something that you have already learned, the airplane. This pawn will fall because next move you go king d3 and you take this pawn. So in this position we are not heading towards the h pawn, we want the b pawn, the airplane. Remember, you're a pilot. So instead of king takes c4, a trickier move for black is king d4, because he wants you to make a mistake. And if in this position white goes king e4, then after king takes c4, he could try to go for the h pawn. This might sound very complicated, but that's why you have the PGN, so you have time to replay these moves. And remember, this is the most complicated example we see because it's just way too beautiful. I couldn't resist not showing it. So yes, these are very complicated stuffs. The point is always the same about the outside pass pawn, and something that we will learn in the future is the triangulation. So what white did with his king, king f5, king f4, king e5, is called a triangulation, and the point is that in this position now it is black to move, and he has to either capture the pawn or we will protect it. So king takes c4 and now king e4. We are winning the b pawn, you know this from a previous video on airplanes and minefields. So that has been it. I know this last one might be too much, but remember the other two examples by Reshevsky and by Bobby Fischer. This position, the magnet, and also in Fischer's game, where it was actually an a pawn and a bishop endgame, and he just simply traded the bishops because he knew that this is simply winning. The black king will have to be drawn to the a file because of the outside passed pawn, while the white king will approach the kingside pawns and win the game. I hope that you like these examples, and remember that you can practice pawn endgames by going to learn drills. There are many drills, there are many positions that you can practice, not only these kind of positions like triangulation, but also other types. So make sure that you practice pawn endgames as much as you can, and I will be back with more videos.
Hi Chess.com, my name is Tatev Abrahamian and welcome to my new video series. In this series I'll be talking about chess imbalances such as queen versus two rooks or rook versus two minor pieces, which is a very interesting subject to explore. As we learn how to play chess, one of the first things we learn is the value of the pieces, but as we get stronger we understand that the real value of the pieces really depends on the position and the dynamics of the position. So I'm hoping that throughout this video series I will explain certain concepts to you and make you understand these imbalances better and help you make better decisions in your own games. So let's get started with this first game. This is actually my own game against Carissa Yip from the 2019 US Women's Championship. So this was a very crazy game and one of my favorite games that I've ever played. So in this position, I spotted a really nice tactic. I played c4, taking advantage of this pin, forcing her to take with the queen. And you can pause the video right now and try to figure out why I played c4, giving up this pawn. And the reason I did that is because I spotted that the queen on c4 is actually getting trapped. So after I take on e5, she took with the knight, bishop b5, and the queen is trapped. So she found the only way to play here, which is bishop f5. Of course, I cannot take because of checkmate. So I take, she takes with the knight. Very accurate move, queen to c6, attacking the g2 pawn, and bishop h3. So now we have reached this position of queen versus three minor pieces. So point-wise, it should be equal, right? Because three minor pieces are 9 points and a queen is 9 points. But we really need to take a pause because a lot of tactics have happened and the nature of the position has changed, and really evaluate the position. So whenever we're talking about this kind of imbalance of queen versus either two rooks or three minor pieces, there are several things to take into account for us to evaluate the position. Because we don't want to make a decision and then find ourselves in a worse position than where we started. So like go down a tactical path and then once we play it, we figure it out that actually it didn't work out well for us. So the first thing we'll look at is the safety of the king. So whenever there's a queen on the board, we always have to take account the safety of the king. Because a queen is a great attacking piece, so if the king is weak, then a queen can be much better than the two rooks or the three minor pieces. And the second thing we want to look at is the quality of the minor pieces and if they have outposts. So there are several problems with white's position. First of all is this bishop on h3. That is completely out of the game because it's not clear how this bishop will join the game because of this constant threat and the g2 pawn hanging. And the problem is these knights are also going to start getting kicked around, and not to mention this bishop on b2 so far is stuck. So actually, when evaluating this position with the computer just says that black is winning in this position already. During the game, I thought my position should be good, but I didn't realize that I'm just winning already. So I went b5, kicking the knight away, queen e4, forcing the king to d1, and now takes, and b4. So bishop goes back, and again, several things have changed in the position. So the king has moved, so the king permanently is weak because it cannot castle anymore, so the king is just permanently going to get stuck in the center. The bishop has not improved. So there's been slight improvement for white because the knight can go to c4, and now the knight has an outpost. But it's kind of unclear what is going to happen to this knight. And this bishop is actually white's best piece, right? Because it's on the longest diagonal and it's actually open. So in this position, I decided to take the pawn, knight c4. So this part actually worked out quite well for white because now this d2 pawn is forever defended, and maybe king can start running away. But the other problems have stayed. This bishop is not improving anytime soon. So for example, if I could play g5 at some point, I'm actually threatening to just simply trap the bishop. And the king is not going to improve anytime soon, which means the rooks will not be connected. And again, the problem for white is not playing with all their pieces. So here I played bishop f6, deciding to trade her best piece and just leaving her with kind of scattered pieces. And the idea of g5, g4 is now in the air because I cleared the diagonal. So she went king c1, and here I actually had the option of simply taking and going g5 and just trapping this bishop because something like this looks pretty horrendous. And it's now unclear. But I was saying it's unclear how this bishop is going to move. Now it becomes even more unclear how white is going to release herself of this bind, because this knight cannot move, because once I take on d2, then it's going to be game over. And after king b2, again, the rooks are not connecting, and now she's also playing without the rook on h1. Whereas I can play king e7 or castle, and both my rooks are coming into the game. Instead, I kind of got carried away with some other ideas. I played bishop c3. I wanted to take this d2 pawn. I thought if I take this pawn, then my rook will come in and I'll just mate her. She ran away. And here I found this other move, which I really liked, playing bishop c3, attacking her bishop and the rook. And of course, she can take my rook too, but then the position has actually worsened for white, even though she's up even more material, because first of all, this rook is mine, so I can just take it whenever. But the problem is now the king just cannot move at all. So I can play queen f6. I'm not threatening mate on b2 because of the knight on c4, so this knight actually did become a very good defensive piece, and the best piece basically in white's position. And at the same time, I also don't have this g5, g4 idea anymore. But I have a different idea. My idea is to play queen f6, so I can actually just, if I just pass the moves. So this is my idea if white does nothing. And just play rook d2. So you cannot take because of mate. And if you defend, I will simply take and checkmate on a1. So she decided not to take my rook. This bishop on the long diagonal would just be too terrible for her, because she just won't be able to move anything. So she decides to take and play a3, giving her king some room. So here I had a very nice tactic, which I didn't see during the game. So I have the move rook b8, attacking this pawn. Unfortunately, I missed this during the game. This would have been very pretty, and I would have won the game much quicker. So you can pause the video and try to figure out how black can win here. And here I have this really pretty tactic of queen c4, and because of this awful position of the king, she cannot take because it's checkmate. Unfortunately, this was missed during the game. I played queen f2, stopping the king going from a2. I castle. So as I was talking about the weak king, yes, my king is open here, but I just don't see which piece is going to attack my king, because all her pieces are on the queen side and none of them are very active. And again, this bishop on h3 is still not part of the game. But it is important for me to make sure that her pieces don't get out, and I do have to play energetically. I'm putting pressure on her to make sure that she doesn't somehow play, I don't know, maybe like king a2, knight here, and bring her rooks in and just consolidate her position, which is exactly what white wants to do as minor pieces versus the queen, is to have outposts, make sure the pieces are defending each other, and then her rooks get out. So she played rook a2. I decided to run away. And here, I think she started to collapse a little bit, which is understandable, because when you're under pressure for the most of the game, it's very easy to make bad decisions and, for your position to fall apart, because it's very hard to defend for the entirety of the game. So now this pawn is hanging, so she decides to go knight b4. So finally this knight gets out of c2. So there's a little bit of a fork, but fortunately I have queen g5, so here the geometry works very well for me, and my queen is actually just dominating on this board. Her rook is hanging, this b3 pawn is hanging, and this knight is actually going to get trapped because the knight just doesn't have anywhere to go once I play rook c8. So she took, I pinned. Not a lot of ways to defend. I'm threatening rook b3, so this is not an option. Instead she went king b2, so rook c8. So now we see two pieces that are just trapped. Well, the bishop on h3 is not so much trapped as it is just not joining the game, and the knight on a6 is just trapped. So I just have the option of just going and taking a piece and just being up material and having queen versus two minor pieces. So in the game she played g4, trying to finally free her bishop, but after rook fd8 she simply resigned because I have way too many threats in this position. Rook d3 is a threat, rook d2 is a threat, so for example if I just make a move for white, rook d2, and the rook on c3 is hanging, you cannot take because this is mate. And otherwise, if she does not take, then all her rooks are hanging. You can do this, or c3 is also hanging, or I don't even have to do anything fancy. I can simply play rook d3 and just take this rook, and I'm up way too much material. And also, as a side note, I'm also attacking the bishop on h3. And if we go back to the position where this all started, on moves 18, and we are now on move 37, like for 20 moves, this bishop just did not join the game. Whereas for black, I managed to trade her best piece, bring all my pieces into the game, and her king also just never really got to safety, because as we see, the king on b2 is still very weak. So this was the problem for white in this position of queen versus 3 minor pieces. The queen just completely dominated the game because white had a weak king and her pieces just never got any good outposts and never really joined the game. So this is one example of queen versus several pieces. Hi chess.com, my name is Tatev Abrahamian and welcome back to my video series on imbalances. If you checked out my first video, we talked about queen versus 3 minor pieces, and we saw how the queen dominated the 3 minor pieces, and we talked about what is it about a position that makes the queen so much more powerful than 3 pieces combined. In this video, we're still going to talk about imbalance that involves the queen, but we're going to be looking at it from the other perspective, and we're going to see how pieces can completely dominate a queen in a different kind of position. And as I mentioned in my first video, we're going to be focusing on how the dynamics of the position and the piece quality really makes a difference, and that is what determines the true value of the pieces. So this is one of my favorite games between Anish Giri and Levon Aronian from the 2018 Leuven GCT. So in this position, Levon played h6, and Anish responded with rook d1, which looks like a very logical move, an intermediate move that attacks the queen, brings the rook to the open file because the rook was not really doing anything on e1, and also makes it so the knight can develop. So you can pause in this position and think about what you would do. So maybe the title of the video series, maybe will give you some kind of a hint, but do try to be objective and really think about what you would play in this position with black. So here Levon decides to take on g5 and sacrifice his queen. So let's pause and really evaluate this position and see what is going on. So here, black actually has a rook and a bishop for a queen, which is, if we just look at it from point perspective, is just 8 versus 9, and the queen usually is better than a rook and a bishop. So when I look at the position, several things stand out to me. One of them is so far this back rank issue, because there's some kind of mate threats on d1, so obviously I'm not going to checkmate you, but if it was black's position, I am threatening to play g4 and checkmate you. But the main thing that I see that is wrong with white's position is this knight on b1. And as in my first video, when there was a bad minor piece on the board, the problem wasn't that the piece was bad in that current position, is the long-term potential of the piece. So the problem with this knight is the knight cannot get out. So if white could play knight d2 in this position and this knight wasn't hanging somehow, this position would be quite good for white, because then the pieces get out, the rook comes to the game. But this is just way too many pieces, and black just has no problems with his position. So in the first video we talked about whenever there's a queen on the board, we want to talk about king safety. But this king is extremely safe. There's only one piece aiming at it, but one piece alone is not going to checkmate a king, because the king has all pawns in front of it and a lot of pieces, so there's no way for white to get it. So white played h3, which is a very logical move. because you're creating room for your king. There is no more back rank issues and no more g4. And now white actually wants to play queen e3 and develop. And if white manages to do that, again, long term, white does have material advantage. So black does have to play with energy and make sure that these pieces don't just safely get out. So bishop c5, which stops both this queen e3 move and also eyes this pawn. And here Anish decides to play bishop d5, kind of closing this file and trying to develop his knight. So Levon takes and takes. So there's been a major change in the position. So this d file went from an open file to a semi-open file. And if we pass the move, if we play something like, I don't know, rook e8, rook d6, try to double, then white's knight is going to get out. So again, it's a good time to take a pause in the position and think about how to continue with black. So here Levon played e4, which is an extremely strong move. So what is the idea behind this move? Is to, it's a tempo move, first of all. It asks the queen where it is going, where the queen is going, and if you take the pawn, then I will simply attack the queen. The queen doesn't have too many squares to go to, so let's make a move. And rook e1. And now there's a lot of problems with white's position. And the main problem is this pin, and again, we're going back to the initial issue. This knight cannot get out, which means the rook cannot get out. So white is just playing with one queen, and black is just playing with all their pieces. And of course, we also have the two bishops, and we know the two bishops are very, very strong in an open position. So I have so many options here. I can bring my rooks. I can check. Like, for example, I can check and force a weakness and then try to come after it. I can simply play bishop b7 and just take another pawn. And the two bishops are just going to be deadly in this position. So, of course, white cannot allow that. So he went back to d1, defending the d5 pawn. Because again, if the queen goes somewhere else, like g2 or g4, then again we take, the knight cannot get out. And the king is, again, we're going to see how weak this king is going to be, because we have, as black, a lot of pieces that are going to be attacking this king, and the king only has one queen defending him. So instead he went queen d1, and now e3. Again, you cannot develop your knight. The rook comes here. He decides not to take with the bishop, so he's bringing his rook into the game with tempo. So king h1 was played. It's also possible to play knight d2, but that would also allow rook d5. I mean, it would be more or less a transposition, so we'd still get to this position. And now we see that all these pieces have joined the game, so now both of these rooks are playing. So white did finally manage to develop the knight, but it came at the cost of both of black rooks joining the game, as well as the position opening up, the pawns from the center disappearing, which means these bishops are just going to become monstrous. And white did come under very strong attack very quickly. So queen went to c1, getting out of the pin, so now the knight can finally get out. Levon went rook f5, probably trying to put his rook on f2. So this would be a very strong move. Of course, putting the bishop on this diagonal, because the bishop on a6 is not doing anything really. And now that the king is on h1, this is where the bishop wants to be. And if the knight moves somewhere, for example, if knight b3, there's a very pretty checkmate by black. And just rook d2. And we kind of see how lonely this king is here and how these pieces are just on the other side of the board, and the rook has not even moved yet. So again, white is not using all of his pieces. So instead, rook f5 was played, so the knight went to b3. The bishop slides back. So now bishop b7, and now we see that this pawn is under attack, and there's king g1 is not possible because of this bishop. So we see just way too many pieces aiming at the king, and the king is just not going to find any kind of safety. So rook d5, the queen is getting harassed, and the queen is kind of out of squares. The queen would love to go to f2, but unfortunately there's a discovery attack, and black will just end up a piece. So that's very easy win. So instead, the queen went to c1, and this is hardly any kind of progress for white, because the knight went from b1 to b3. But the knight on b3 is not really part of the game because the game is happening on the king side. And the knight on b3, while it's better than the knight on b1 was, it's still not going to be defending the white king. So the rook went to e2. So the rook did manage to join the game, but unfortunately, it's too late. So of course, it's possible to just take on g2 and go up many pawns, taking the entire second rank. And white does have to give up the queen because otherwise, probably also have mate, but at the very least I can just win the queen, or probably can just, should be mate. Instead, Levon plays rook f2, asking the queen where she's going. So the rook finally joins the game, but as the pieces join the game, white actually resigns here because there's just no way to defend g2. And once I take on g2, you will get mated either on the first rank or with the discovery check. And something like queen g3 doesn't really help because I simply go to e2 and I will take on g2. And once this pawn falls, it's just the end of the game. So unfortunately, the development, I mean, it did happen in the game, but it did not lead to anything good for white. So if we compare our first example to this one, we see how we see different dynamics with the queen. So in this position, again, point-wise, black was actually not doing as well because black only had a rook and a bishop versus a queen. But because of the dynamics of the position, because of better development, and this long-term problem of the knight on b1 that we saw in the beginning, black just completely dominated the game and won quite smoothly, as white was just not able to create any kind of counterattack and even any kind of defense against all these pieces that were aiming at the king. So hopefully these videos will help you make better decisions when it comes to this kind of imbalances and giving up your queen against two rooks or rook and a bishop, and hopefully you are understanding this kind of dynamics a little better by now. Thanks everyone for checking out this video, and make sure you're checking out the rest. Hi chess.com, my name is Tatev Abrahamian and welcome back to my video series on imbalances. So in the first videos I talked about imbalances involving the queen. First one we had queen versus 3 minor pieces, and then queen versus a rook and a minor piece. Today we're going to talk about a game where a minor piece dominates a rook. So let's get started with this game between Grischuk and Caruana from 2018 Leuven Grand Chess Tour. This is another one of my favorite games because I just really like how white simply dominated with his two bishops. So we will start in this position, and again, maybe what I'm saying and the video title will give you a hint, but you can pause and think about how would you continue here with the white pieces. So something had already gone wrong for Caruana in the opening, and Grischuk here captures the knight on f6 with his rook. So of course queens have to be traded, otherwise the queen on g4 is hanging. Takes. The rook goes to g8, and now e5. So white has sacrificed on an exchange, and he doesn't have any pawns in addition to the bishop, but what he has is just this positional domination. So let's evaluate what happened after all this trades. So black is up material, however this bishop on f6 is an extremely annoying piece. And it becomes unclear where this king is going to go, and the bishop is just dominating on the dark squares. And black's own bishop on c8 is a pretty terrible piece. After playing e5, the pawn on h7 is a big target if white is able to take that pawn. In the game h5 was played, but if white is able to take that pawn, for example, Of course, we can also trap the rook, but if I simply move my bishop back, this pawn will just run. And it's kind of hard to imagine how black is going to stop this idea. And the main issue is, as we've been talking about throughout this video series, is not, again, the value of the pieces, the value that we assign to the pieces, but the quality of them. It's very difficult to imagine the long-term potential of the pieces for black and how this bishop is going to get out, how this rook is going to get out. And in some instances, it's possible for black to have some back rank issues with his king. For example, once the rook goes to d1. And the bishop moves, and there's some mating threats on d8. So black has a lot of problems, and in this position, black played h5. I think putting the pawn on h6 would have been better, putting it in a dark square. And as the game progresses, we will see why that would have been a better option. So h5 was played. And bishop e4, making it difficult for black to finish his development. And as I was saying, that it's possible to have some back rank issues, so let's take a look. So for example, if black decides to play c5, with the idea if we take rook b8 and just freeing the rook, so basically exchanging the b pawns, it's possible that for white to play this really nice bishop c6 move, and now we see this back rank mating ideas, and we see why this bishop is so annoying here, dominating on the dark squares, and black cannot fight back and cannot defend the dark squares. And of course, it's impossible to take. And the check on c2 doesn't really help much. Of course, we're not going to go to f3 and allow this to take with a check, but we can simply go back, and black is just going to get checkmated. So in this position, rook b8 was played. So I've analyzed this position several times because this is one of my favorite games, and rook g4 offered by the computer is a better fighting chance, swinging the rook over to this side. And now playing this and giving up that pawn on h5, I still think this position is excellent for white, and after taking on h5, white should have some really great chances after the bishop comes back and pushing the pawn. But this is a fighting chance that the computer offers. In the game, rook b8 was played, defending the pawn, with the idea of playing c5. So now going after that h5 pawn, and this is why I was saying that it was better to put the pawn on h6, because it would be harder to target the pawn on h6 than it is on h5. And taking another pawn. So now the pawn on e6 is also hanging. So improving the king. And now white starts to simply advancing his pawns. And in this position, it's just very difficult for black to play, and it's very difficult to make any kind of progress, because even though this bishop developed, the reason white put the rook on d6 is because there's always a mating threat on d8, which means the rook on c8 cannot leave. The rook on g8 cannot really join the game because the g file is closed. There's a pawn on g4 now, or we can start advancing the pawns. Most of the squares for the rook are taken. The rook cannot go on the h file. The rook is not going to be anything on the f file, so black just cannot make any kind of long-term improvement. They played b5. White's plan is to simply advance the pawns, so this pawn will go to h4. The bishop can swing back, and we can just keep pushing this pawn. Because as I mentioned in the beginning, that white's idea is to take this h pawn, and once the pawn disappears, white will simply advance the h pawn. So this was played, and black just couldn't take it anymore, decided to just give up the rook. And I actually really like how Grischuk handled this position here too, because he can take on g6 anytime, but there is no need to rush. And this is another point to keep in mind, just in general in chess. When it's possible for you to take a piece, but that piece is not really going anywhere, you can wait until the optimal time for you to do the exchange. Because this rook came to g6, the problem is if the rook takes here, it's not really going to be helping black too much, and once the rook came to g6, it's not going to be going to g8 because it just doesn't make sense. So white doesn't need to be in any kind of rush to take that rook, so that rook is his, and there is no reason to take it right away. He just played another improving move, king d4. and advancing the pawn. So again, white can decide if they want to take or move the bishop back and simply push the pawn. And that is what he decides to do. He just simply wants to go to h5 and force this kind of trade. And here Fabiano resigned in view of, again, this rook cannot move. For example, something like this is already checkmate. So black still has the same problem of the back rank. The rook is not free to move. And the idea for white is very simple. So we can take this a6 pawn if we want to, but we don't even need that. We can put a bishop on d3, king on e5, and go g6. And put a rook on f8 and simply keep advancing this pawn. So white is up a pawn now. The endgame is just completely lost for black. If you can imagine, the rook on d7, king e5, pawn g6, and on the 7th rank, white will probably get checkmated again. So I thought this was a very well played game by Grischuk, and let's go back to our original position where the sacrifice happened, like this position, and recap what happened. So white gave up an exchange for a long term, and the compensation for him was this excellent bishop on f6, controlling the dark squares, and really targeting the king side. And we see that black's king side is very lonely. He only has a rook, and it became impossible to defend his pawns. And another problem for black was his pieces, and as we saw throughout the game, that he was never able to really make progress to finish the development of his pieces. So even though the bishop got out, because of these back rank issues, the rook never joined the game. So black was not able to activate all his pieces and have his entire army join the game, and he just suffered. And after losing the h-pawn, the plan became very easy for white. White simply advanced the pawn, and it was just game over. This was a long-term sacrifice, and as we saw, an excellent one, as the long-term compensation for white proved to be completely dominating. So hopefully this is something for you to keep in mind next time you're facing this kind of decision, and you will be more open to sacrificing an exchange. Thank you everyone for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed this video. Make sure you're checking out the rest in the series. Hi.com, my name is Tatev Abrahamian, and welcome to my video series on imbalances. In the next two videos, we're going to talk about what I think is probably the most common imbalance, which is rook versus two minor pieces. So we do learn pretty early on that two minor pieces are better than a rook, or a rook and a pawn, but of course there are exceptions to this, and it really depends on the position, because in some position the rook can really thrive against the minor pieces, and in other positions the minor pieces are just so much better than a rook that we don't even see the value of the rook, because the minor pieces sometimes just win the game. So let's take a look at two examples. One of them, the two minor pieces will be better, and the other one, the rook will be better, and hopefully they'll give you a better idea on how to make these decisions. So let's start with this game played by Mikhail Tal. So in this position, black played d5, so it was already some kind of a complicated Sicilian, but our focus is not the opening. So plays h4, defending the knight, and h6. And of course the knight can simply move back, but Tal decides to go bishop d3, and his opponent takes. Takes, and here. So now, and king e6, of course defending the pawn. So now we have reached the position of a rook versus two minor pieces. So this position is actually quite complicated, so I cannot look at this position and give a clear evaluation saying one side is better than the other. It's a quite complicated position, and I think both sides have their chances. But let's evaluate what is going on, and which side would you prefer to be on, as I think here you can have a preference and play on either side. So the king on e6 with this pawn looks quite good for black with the two central pawns, and white only has one dark square bishop. So what white needs to be able to do is white needs to open some files for the rooks to become very strong. So white manages to do that really well in this game to get the rooks in the game. So what black needs to do is to hang on to this center and make sure these pawns, for example, if you can just visualize, if I take off this pawn and my rook gets on e1, the other rook gets on h8, and both rooks get on the 8 ring, it all of a sudden becomes very problematic for black. But at the same time, we look at this pawn on g7 that can become a target. And what white wants to do is white wants to start harassing these minor pieces. And this is something we talked about in previous videos about minor pieces having outposts. So these pieces need to have outposts. So far, this bishop is not out yet. This knight can be kicked around, right? And the knight on c6 is, of course, very secure and defending this pawn. And this knight can start to get attacked because after g4, you're going on a dark square where the bishop will be aiming at it. So in this position, rook h8 was played. And, of course, b5 because this bishop needs to develop at some point. And so white decides to go f4. So this is what I was mentioning, that white does need to open some files for the rook. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to prove the strength of the rooks. So here black made a mistake and went bishop b7, and a better option would have been e takes f4. So let's take a look at what could have happened. So this is already starting to look a little bit maybe uncomfortable. Of course, if we analyze, and I do check all my lines with an engine just to make sure they're correct, and of course if we analyze with an engine makes everything look playable. But this is starting to look maybe a little bit uncomfortable for black because I attacked the knight and I attacked the pawn. So something like knight d6 can, already loses a piece. So knight have to defend each other. So we can trade, play here, and take the g7 pawn. So I still think this position is extremely double-edged. Because after something like d4, this pawn will be hanging. Black does need to take some time to get out of this pin. White has this g5 pawn that is very dangerous, and this is something to keep in mind in this kind of positions. If we have rook versus minor pieces, the rook does much better in the endgame than it does in the middle game, because rooks do thrive in the endgames more when there are more open files for them. And whenever there's a passed pawn, a rook can become very dangerous with the passed pawn against the minor pieces, because sometimes the passed pawn just runs and it becomes very difficult for the minor pieces to cope with it. So even this position I think is quite double-edged. But in the game, bishop b7 was played. So now g4. And rook h1. So everything black did not want to happen, unfortunately happened. So the pieces got kicked back, so now the knights actually don't have outposts anymore. Black does have a passed pawn, but this passed pawn is not dangerous because, one, the bishop is stopping and the king is right here, so it's not really going to be going anywhere. And at the same time, for black, there are some problems on the king side because now we have these 3 pawns. And this rook is coming in, and the rook will start causing some trouble for black. So let's see how the game transpired. He plays g6, and with a very clear idea. So maybe we can pause and try to figure out what the idea is before I tell you. The idea is to play rook h7 and to go f6. And for this reason, black played d4, knight d5. Because if you play bishop b7, I will simply take, and f6. This is going to be quite costly for black, because if you take, of course I will take the bishop, but you can also take the knight. And this is just completely lost, because white is now just off material. Except knight d5 is played, and white keeps advancing the pawns. Attacking the pawn on e5. Of course, allowing a bishop on the long diagonal is just game over because this pawn will be lost. And once the g7 pawn is lost, g6 pawn will queen, and you will probably again get checkmated because the king is just too weak. So instead, knight c6 is played, and here white found a winning move. So again, this is a good time for you to pause the video and figure out a winning continuation for white. So this one is actually quite challenging, I think. It's kind of hard to come up with this move if you're not really staying tactically sharp in every position, and this is something I would recommend, to always look for tactics in any kind of positions. And white plays bishop f8, and this is an exchange of bishops, and a very unique one. It's very hard to exchange the bishops of opposite colors. So the idea is to attack the g7 pawn. And of course, black cannot afford to give up that pawn, so black has to do this and trade. So this is a very interesting trade because if you think about what happened is white traded his very good dark square bishop with the very useless bishop on a8, because the bishop on a8 wasn't really doing much, but why did white do this? Because if we go back a couple of moves, because white achieved everything they wanted. He wanted his rook to activate on h-file, he wanted to advance his kingside pawns, but now the rook on h7 is stuck. So now he has to think about ways to improve that rook because the tactics with f6 not working out anymore. As the bishop is on a8, f6 is just a pawn loss, you're not going to be winning anything. So instead he plays bishop f8 and he now trades. But what is the benefit of that? Now it's impossible to defend the pawn on g7 because after I play rook g8, there is no one to defend this pawn anymore. And once the king runs away, we don't even need that pawn as we see in the game, because these pawns are simply rolling. So it takes on a6, and black resigned because after king g7 we take here too, and white is just actually just going to queen this pawn. Because the knight, if the knight moves, f7, and one of these pawns will queen. Either take or here. Yeah, so this was, I thought, a very interesting example of rook versus two minor pieces. So here we saw how the rook was just better than the minor pieces, and we saw why, because black's minor pieces became unstable. They lost their outpost, and what happened, the mistake that black made, allowing the rook trade and allowing white rook to get in the game, go after the one target in the position, which was the g7 pawn, and eventually the tactics worked out in the favor of for white, and white was able to get the rook in a game, and black knights really never improved. Because if we think about where it started, the rook made quite the journey, right? It went to h1, h7, h8, and ended up on a6, taking that pawn. Thank you everyone for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed. Hello chess.com, my name is Tatev Abrahamian and welcome to the final video of my Imbalances video series. Let's wrap up with this series with another example of rook versus two minor pieces. So in the last example we looked at a game by Mikhail Tal where the rook dominated against the minor pieces. So let's take a look at another example where the two minor pieces are doing better than a rook. Let's take a look at this game between Capablanca and Alyokhin from their 1927 World Championship match. So in this position, Capablanca plays b4, and Alyokhin takes with the bishop. Of course, taking with the knight would be deadly, because after knight d6, you cannot take, unfortunately, because after rook c8, we're winning basically all the pieces, as this rook will also hang. And unfortunately, bishop e7 in this position would also lose to knight c7 because takes, and now the c6 knight is now defended. So bishop b4 was played, and now Capablanca decides to take and go for this position. So after the exchange has happened, let's take a pause and evaluate this position. So white has knight and a bishop for a rook and a pawn. But let's see what is going on in the position. And again, we want to focus on the true value of the pieces and their potential. So one of the problems that we see is this king, and the king cannot castle so far because of this queen. Black has some clear targets in the position, like the d5 pawn. And unlike in the previous example, white's pieces are actually doing quite well, because the bishop on f4 is very well secured. After white plays something like e3, one of the knights will land on d4, where it will be very annoying. And the problem is black's rooks are not going to have any good squares where they can really get into the position of white. So we saw in the previous example where the white rook got on the 8th rank and started collecting pawns. And here, once I put a knight on d4, black will have one semi-open file where the e2 pawn will be defended and the c2 square will be defended. So in this position, knight e4 was played with the idea to put knight c5 and castle. So knight d2 and trade, and white just simply decides to trade black's best piece, which was the knight, and just go for this position where he will have two minor pieces versus a rook and no other minor pieces on the board. So castle, rook d1, obviously white is going to start piling on this weakness. And one thing we want to keep in mind is still this king, because this king doesn't have any defenders and we still have a lot of pieces. And maybe in some position we can think about playing something like bishop e5, queen g5 and going after this king. Because black does need to spend some resources defending this d5 pawn. Knight b3 and rook goes back. So white does not want to exchange this pawn with the e2 pawn, because if we do this, then white's rook will get into the game. So this is very much about controlling black's rooks and making sure they don't get in the game. And e3. Something like h6, trying to trap bishop is not really going to help, because we do have a move like h4. So this bishop is not going to get trapped on f4. The bishop here is quite secure. And h6 can be a weakening move for black. And we will see later in the game how this king actually is going to become a problem. So instead, black plays queen a4 and rook c2. So now black is getting some activity. So taking on a2 would not work out, because rook a1, and we will take on a7, and this king, we see, will become a problem. So instead of this was played, and once again, Capablanca decides to trade his opponent's active piece. So takes a pawn. Okay, so now even more exchanges have happened, and now we actually do only have rook versus two minor pieces plus queens. And this is an important thing to note in the position, because if we just take the queens off the board, if you can just imagine this position with no queens, black will be doing great here, because black will have two passed pawns. And the passed pawns will just start rolling, and because it's a knight, and knights can be very clumsy, it's going to be hard for white to really stop this pawns, and white might end up giving up one of the minor pieces for the pawns. So if we take out the queens, this is going to be a big problem for white. And this is something I mentioned in my previous video, that in endgames, whenever there are passed pawns, the rook does really well, because the rook is very helpful with the passed pawns. It can cut off the king, the opponent's king, and the connected passed pawns are already dangerous, right? So if we add a rook to the equation, then it becomes a big problem. But there are still queens on the board, and there is a big and obvious target in the position, and that is the king. And as I mentioned early on, the king can become a target if we can imagine the bishop going on the long diagonal, the queen coming here, and start to attack on the dark squares. Because the king is quite lonely here, the queen is on the other side of the board, and the rook alone can only do so much. So queen c6, getting out of the pin, targeting the rook. There are some back rank issues, so the rook cannot activate. Knight d4, and now we see that these two pawns are not moving, because b6 is hanging, and the queen cannot return to e6 because of the knight. And again, we see the minor pieces are actually doing really well here, because they have outposts and they're very secure. The king runs away. And bishop e5. And bishop e5 carries a big threat, So for example, if I just make a move, and I just pass the move, you can pause the video and figure out what the threat is. There might be more than one, but one of them is direct. And hopefully by now you have figured out that this is simply checkmate in 3 different ways. So it's very difficult to stop 3 checkmates at the same time. And the check does not really do much because we can simply run away, and again, 3 checkmates, impossible to stop, so they will have to give up the queen. So for this reason, black plays f6. In this position, they play f6. So knight goes to e6, attacking the rook, and bishop d4. So now we see that the bishop went from f4, where it was very nice and secure, to the longest diagonal, where it's aiming at the king. And now again, we see some tactical potential. I won't show you because it's coming up, so you can figure it out on your own. So white to move, another great opportunity to pause the video and figure out what to do with white. And hopefully you found the move that Capablanca played, which is take on g7, and as it is often the case when our pieces are good, that's when tactical possibilities are becoming real, especially when we put all our pieces on their optimal squares. That's when it's very likely that tactics will favor us because our pieces are good and you've kind of exhausted their potential. So there's something, now you have to do something with them. So of course, this is checkmate. And this also does not work out quite well, as we win a piece. So for this reason, queen went back, and the knight is untouchable, so actually queen g6 was not that helpful because we cannot take. So the knight went to f5. And f4, so h6 is hanging. The knight went to d6, so it becomes very difficult for black to defend everyone. Rook e6 doesn't work. So check, e4, okay. But this is just game over. It's a very nice win by Capablanca. So if we go back to our initial position where all of this happened, like let's go back to somewhere around here. I think Capablanca saw the potential of his pieces from early on. So there are several things to note about the minor pieces versus the rook in this position. So we're heading towards the endgames, but there are still queens on the board, which was very important for white because the reason white won was black's king. So I think what he did really well in this game is seeing the potential of his white pieces and the potential weakness of the king, which he was able to take advantage of. And another important factor is the queens on the board, because as I mentioned in the other position, if we could have taken the queens off the board, that would have been quite hurtful for white. But because of the queens on the board, white was able to create this attack, and black was just never able to push his pawns forward even after taking the pawn on a2, as we saw in this position. And this is where we mentioned that if we take the queens off the board, this position would be quite nice for black. And another thing is the rooks, when the knight was on d4, the rooks could not really activate because, okay, one of the rooks got in the game, exchanged itself, but then black got stuck with this other rook on e8, which had to be passive because of back rank issues, and white's pieces quickly got into the game and went after this king, and the king was just left defenseless because the queen went on the other side of the board, grabbing a pawn. So hopefully comparing this example to the previous one, where the rook did better against 2 minor pieces, it gives you some kind of an idea of when to go for this kind of positions and when the minor pieces favor the rook and when the rook is more favorable versus the minor pieces. In some position, it is complicated and it is very playable, but hopefully, you can think about the long-term potential of the pieces or the long-term potential of the rook, and it will help you make a better decision in your own games. So thank you everyone for tuning in and watching this series. I hope they help you with your chess, and I hope they help you with better decision making. And I hope you enjoyed all of it.
I'm Ivan Sokolov, and I'm filming this video for chess.com. I think that you have probably, some of you anyhow, have seen one of my videos before. Well, in this set we are going to deal with the rook and the knight versus rook. It is not really common. Let's put it this way, that rook and a bishop versus rook is something which people are more familiar with. And rook and knight versus rook is, let's say, considered to be kind of an easy draw, except some of the positions where it is not. I'm not exactly sure how many of those positions are there which are considered to be winning ones. For this particular set of videos, I have identified 5 of them. In order to get to those examples, of course, I did consult some books. I also did consult FIDE Trainer's manual, where this has been published. There was a good article there. And I also did let my computer run, of course, because the silicon brain is actually helping often over these old books. The aim of this set of videos is to actually help you identify those winning positions and winning maneuvers, and then naturally you would still need time to work it out. So, okay, now we are going to start first with so-called, let's say, easy examples, and we are going then to move to the most difficult one, which would be then the 5th example. So here, look at the position on the board. Black is to move. What is black problem? Black problem is that his king is sort of in a box. So king is in a box. That's a problem. And a rook on e8, which is actually quite important. This rook on e8 is standing in a way of the king escape route. So if the rook would not have been on e8, then I think that probably if king could escape, then this position would have been drawn. Let's put it this way, if this rook would have been, let's say, on e1, and black would be to move, he would go with his king, and he would simply have an escape route. So with this rook on e8, king does not have an escape route. And the problem is that king is also in a mate. So this rook cannot actually move anywhere from the last rank. Has to protect a mating threat. This is a problem. Since rook needs to protect this mating threat, this automatically actually makes black defense passive defense. This is something which white is looking for in those kind of examples. Let's say you would see that in all the winning examples, actually black king is sort of in a mating net, and the only possible moves are rook moves, which then the stronger side, all the examples would be from a white perspective, is using to win this game. So black is to move, and he moves his king. Now, what is important thing here to do with white? The important thing to do with white is to try to weave a mating net using a rook and a knight. So if black doesn't want to move his king to f8 to try to escape, let's say he could have also played move like king h8, but it doesn't really improve the situation because it only keeps king more in the box. And after knight e7, which is quite a nice move, you can't take this knight because of the mating threat on the last ranked. Since you cannot take this knight, the purpose of this knight is to get to g6 and to create a mating net, and this basically happens. Now, something which is very important is that you cannot check me on b6, hoping to make a draw, because I'm obviously not going to take this rook, allowing a stalemate, but I'm going to give knight g6 check, and then later collect this rook, and in rook g6, of course, I'm going to take by king, not by rook, so there is not going to be any stalemate. And if you don't give this check, what I'm going to do, let's say if you move rook d8, I'm going to play move knight g6, hitting the king, and now actually a mating net has been accomplished. Remember this picture, because this picture is going to repeat itself, is one of the typical mating nets which white is trying to achieve in those kind of positions. So now we go back to our starting position. So obviously it makes more sense for black to try to escape with his king to f8 rather than to remain stuck on h8. So what white now does, This is important moment. You give a check because you want to keep this king in a box. King goes back, check. Now king is completely in a box. And pay attention here. If this rook, let's suppose that this rook was not on e8, then you would have a knight check, right? And then king would need to move. I would move to h6 with my king, and then my knight is going to later on get the black king into same mating net which we just saw. So rook is here standing on e8, so I cannot give this check, but this rook is having another deficiency, and this deficiency is now to be seen. Because now this rook does not have a side check. So you move the rook in order to get a side check. Now, how do you improve position for white? How to improve it? Do you see it? Here white improves his position by bringing his knight to defend his king from a side checks while keep on having a mating net. So rook h6 mate is a threat. Check, only move. King goes to g6, very important, because if you would protect yourself immediately from the side checks, well, then king would go to h7, and actually you cannot deliver a mate, because you move your rook to deliver mate, he moves his king, he wants to escape. So on a check, you move your king to g6, threat is mate. You cannot play move a king g8 because naturally there is a check and there is a mate. So actually here the only move is move rook a8. And now we are back to actually our mating net, which we started situation with. Knight is going to get to g6. Before knight goes to g6, my rook is going to get on a 7th rank, and there is going to be a mating net. So rook, and since there's the problem on the first rank, actually last rank, this knight is taboo, cannot be taken. So rook needs to move. When rook moves, now we accomplish the same mating net which we just saw. So we move rook on the 7th. And next move is knight g6 check and rook h7 mate. There is nothing to be done to protect this. Check and then rook g7 mate. This is going to happen. So side check is only move. Check, and the next move is going to be either a mate in 1 or going to lose his rook. There is no stalemate or anything like this. So by maneuvering pieces around, white has accomplished actually the mating net which we were discussing at the very start of this example. If you remember, in the case that king was going to h8. So this was, let's say, the most important part of this technique is to understand that in this position, this rook is actually not so great placed here, and now the maneuvering between king and the knight. This is actually the important part here. All the examples are followed by PGN. So actually you can later replay those examples. I'm certain that you can find those examples in many endgame books, also in the FIDE trainers manual, the people who are FIDE trainers. But this is going to be somehow, if you would replay those examples in a given PGNs, I think that this is going to help you a great deal. So this was our first example. So we are now going to continue with example number 2. Our example number 2, okay, you see the position on a board. Well, the example number 2 is black king is now cut, as we had this before, and the rook is doomed to passivity because of the mating threats on a first rank. So now the question is, okay, very well, how does white win this position? Okay, white, in order for white to win this position, something important needs to be accomplished. In order for white to win this, black rook needs to get to d8. Why does white need the black rook on d8? Because when black rook is on d8, then the white knight can jump trying to create a mating net, and black will not have a side check. Black will not have a side check. Rook cannot then go to d6, creating a side check. So white needs to be a little bit smart, so he has to move a rook. Now let's see. Black doesn't have too many moves. I mean, he can either move a rook to b8 or to move his king. Those are only two, let's say, legal moves which do not either lose a rook or get mate in one. So if king g8, now important move is actually king g6, because now black is having a problem that white is going to accomplish the second most known mating net. We were busy in a first example with the knight comes to g6. Now this knight is going very often, you're gonna see this knight is going to come to f6. And then comparison of knight, rook and the king is going to create a mating net. And this is the second most common mating net in those positions. So let's say king goes, check, check. Okay, you can't go to h8 because of knight f7 mate, check. King must go back. And now we are back to our regular position, where we actually have this second most common mating net, and that was with knight to f6. So white moves the knight, and the next move is knight f6, and obviously mate rook h7. And black cannot do anything about this mating net, and there are no kind of stalemate motifs. So the important part here is to understand that if king moves to g8, that king g6 is a very strong move, because knight is preventing king from escape, and then after a couple of checks, this knight gets to f6, and then a mating net has been created, has been woven. So black, instead of king g8, black keeps his king on f8, ready to escape, and plays move rook b8. Now what we do, we need this black rook to d8, so when the white knight jumps, there is not going to be a side check. This is important. Okay, if black goes with his king to g8, we go to g6, and we replicate winning plan just shown, right? And knight comes to f6, and we have a mating net. So the rook has to get to d8. Now with black rook on d8, actually this knight is free to move because there are no side checks. So knight goes. And now what we are going to do, compare these two examples which just we did see our first example. Now this is going to have a very similar end. Rook moves, check. Now rook does not have a good move, and combination of king and the knight and the rook is now creating a mating net. Check. Knight is now coming from this side. This is actually, let's say, a less common mating net, but you would see this in a number of our examples today. So now if king goes to, there is mate here, and if king would actually go to c8, then unfortunately for black, this rook is just standing in a way to prevent king from escaping, and this is a second mating, and this is a second mate here. So in this example, important part is to understand that when rook comes to d8, knight is actually ready to move because there are no side checks. And then again, combination of a rook and a knight actually creates a mating net. Problem is here that this rook does not have a good square. This is a problem. You cannot put it to a8 because I'm controlling it in my rook, and any other square, the rook is going to be a square too short. So this is our, let's say, second simple example. Now in a second video, we are going to move to a little bit more difficult examples. I'm Ivan Sokolov. This is chess.com. This is the second video in a series of Rook and Knight versus Rook. In the first one, we did deal with two simple examples, and now we are going to start to move, let's say, to a little bit more complicated ones. This is our third example. As we have seen already in the first two examples, well, the positions where, let's say, a weaker side is lost is position where actually king is in a mating net and rook is doomed to passivity, and then the only thing which white somehow needs to do, stronger side needs to do, is to be smart and to move his knight accordingly and to create a mating net. Here we have our, let's say, another typical situation. In this particular position, in order to create a mating net, white needs to bring his king to g6, which he does with his first move, and then to bring this knight to f6. Once this knight is on f6, then rook h7 is going to deliver mate. And now we have to see how to get this done. So we start with move king g6. Black does not have too many moves. I mean, he can either check me with the rook on g8, or he can keep on waiting with his king. Let's see what happens if he checks me on g8. He checks me on g8, I go king h6, threatening mate in 1. Rook moves. If rook g1, trying to be intelligent, because now, well, he's threatening checks from behind. Do you see how to mate black? Now white uses his knight for a cover. Knight goes to g5, and now knight actually covers white king from checks, and next move is rook b8 mate. This check does not help because, okay, king is just well covered from checks. So bringing a rook down is not an idea. So that means that rook needs to remain passive. Now comes knight f4. Now this knight is coming to g6, and we have a mating net, which we have seen in our first two examples. There is nothing to be done now, because knight would come to g6, and rook g7 mate is going to come. Here there is no stalemate, there is nothing. It is just because on such a kind of move, of course, white is not going to take, because there will be stalemate, but is going to just give black one check, just to release this king from a stalemate. And next move, white is going to take a rook, and he is going to win. So that means that on a king g6, now let's see what happens if king g8 comes. After king g8, now white has to figure out how to actually bring his knight to f6 and create a mating net. In that respect, knight c7 is a clever move. Why? Because I want to move my knight to f6 via d5, and there are no side checks. Black does not have too many moves. Rook d8, because there are no other moves. Do you see now how with white to win this game? Because what black wants to do, he wants to start giving the side checks. White has here a simple solution in a knight d5. This knight is taboo because of mate on the first rank. And on the other hand, if knight is not taken, next move is knight f6 check and rook f7 mate. So there is not much what black can do, because next move is going to be knight f6 check and mate. So if, let's say, black moves his rook, there is not much else black can do, would be check, and next move is going to be mate. This was our third example, one of the typical examples where the mating net is created by bringing a knight to f6. Now the fourth one is going to be actually something considerably more complicated. So now we are going to take our fourth example. Our fourth example is going to become actually a little bit more complicated. And fourth example is also important because once we get to the fifth example, which is the most complicated one, with the fifth example, at some moment, actually, after a series of moves, we are going to get to the fourth example. So here, look at this position. Situation is already considerably different compared to our previous examples, because in all our previous examples, okay, black king was in mate. Okay, this is now also pretty much the case, but rook was doomed to passivity somewhere on the 8th rank. Here we have different situation. Rook is now actually behind. So black rook is now considerably more active. However, black king cannot run away, because if king wants to run away, let's say to f8, then there is going to be knight h7 check. This king will need to go back, and then I'm going to deliver rook e8 mate. So this king cannot run, but there is a catch. If my rook moves from e2, let's say that I make some random move, then actually king can run. You give me check, I run through, and now it's a draw. So we have now important the first phase of this plan. We need a black rook on f4. Why do we need this black rook on f4? We need a rook on f4 because once black rook is on f4, king cannot run to f8 due to knight e6 fork. Forking a rook and a king. So we have to now be a little bit patient to force the rook to f4, because once when this rook is on f4, then white actually can try to improve his own rook. So black king has no moves, which is very helpful. So we move rook to e3. We stay on this file. Okay, black moves his rook. We go back. Black moves rook. Now we can move our rook with white. We move our rook. King cannot run to f8, because if king f8, there is going to be a fork. So black does not have too many moves. He needs to remain passive. He cannot play move rook f8, because if he plays rook f8, then it's going to come knight h7. And the knight would come to f6, and it's going to be again actually mating. Now if rook moves, I give check. And we are back to mating net from our example number 2. The knight was going to f6. So black cannot do that. So what black does, he needs to remain passive. He plays rook f2. Okay. Now is important moment. With rook on f2, once when white gets with his king to f6, there is not going to be check on f2 if I put my knight on e4. So this is now second important moment. Pay attention to this. So knight e4, check, only move, because if you don't give me check, I'm going to basically mate you. If rook moves anywhere, I would give a check, and knight f6 mate, or I start with knight f6 and then I give mate on the 8th rank. So check, king moves. Now, white is having here a terrible threat. Do you see a white threat? Black has no checks. White threat is check. King would need to go to h7. And once king comes to h7, there is going to be knight g5 check. And rook h8 mate. This is going to happen. So black actually has only one move. And this is to play move king h8. There are no other moves, because if he tries to escape by king, then I start by giving check. And then either I'm going to mate from this side, or I'm going to mate from the back rank. One of the two, doesn't matter. So the only move is king h8. Now once with the king on h8, I have to now improve my position further. Now rook d1 is actually quite a good move, because now what I need, now I need this rook again on the 4th rank. So, but since black king cannot move, I need to lose a move, because look, I cannot give now check, because if I give a check, there is move rook g8. But once I lose a move, black cannot move his king, because if king goes to g8, again I have this check. King goes up, okay, check, and we have mate. I'm going to deliver mate on h8. So I need to lose move. Once I lose this move, black can only move his rook. And this rook has only one, actually, only one move, which is rook g4. And now after rook g4, I'm going to play move knight g5. Now again, my king is protected. Check, king moves. I threaten mate on d8. So white has now improved his king, and black does not have actually too many moves. He can either move his king or move his rook, because there is a threat rook d8 mate. If rook f8, it is actually quite nice, because how to win this position? Do you see this? For example, white can start with a knight f7, which looks like a good move, looks like a great move. King g8, check. King back. But now how to win this position? Because if you threaten mate, I'm going to give you check. And when you take by king, it is going to be a stalemate. If you don't want to threaten this mate, then how do you win? This is actually quite a nice motif, because this motif repeats itself. Now, excellent move for white is rook h1. Because after rook h1, I have a terrible threat, knight f7 check, and rook h8 mate. And black does not have any kind of mechanism to stop this, because rook f6 is obviously not a stalemate. I just eat this rook. That means that actually black needs to play a move like king g8. And now with king g8, white is now having another way to win. Now knight goes to e6, check, king goes. Now threat is very simple. Threat is rook d8 check, and knight g5 check, and rook h8 mate. So only way is to move king. Do you see now how to win this position? Actually, quite nice way to win this position is to give check, rook g8. Now how to mate black? Knight f8 forces resignation. Because now a black problem is that he doesn't have a move. He doesn't have any move. He cannot move king, and if he moves rook, there is going to be knight g6 mate. Check, and mate on h8. And this is our actually fourth example, which is not an easy one. I think that the most important part about this kind of example, and this is always important to understand because in a practical play, it is difficult to remember everything. You will need to work it out over the board. If you have enough time and you know the principle, you have quite a good chances actually to manage during the game. So here the important part is the way white is playing around, and white is actually pushing this rook to the 4th rank and to the 2nd rank, and the way he needs it, because black rook is the only piece which can move, and white is cleverly executing his technique, placing a black king into a mating net. And now we are going to see in our 5th example, which is going to be in the next video, this 4th example is going to repeat itself, just in a little bit different way.